Financing Authority to order. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Councilman Gruhl,
Here.
Councilman Kennedy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining,
Here.
Mayor McKeon,
Here.
Councilman Burns,
Present.
Councilwoman Vandermark,
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
All present.
Madam Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
We have no supplemental communications for closed session.
Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on closed session items?
We have no one signed up to speak.
All right. Included in closed session is conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Travis Hopkins, City Manager. Also in attendance, Marissa Sir, Assistant City Manager, Mike Vigliotta, City Attorney, and Zach Z, Acting Chief Financial Officer, Employee Organizations, the Police Management Association, and the Huntington Beach Police Officers Association. Council, do I have a motion and a second to recess to closed session?
Motion.
Second.
All right, recess to closed session. Good evening, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day. I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Finance and Authority. Madam Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Councilman Gruhl,
Here.
Councilman Kennedy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining,
Here.
Mayor McKeon,
Here.
Councilman Burns,
Present.
Councilwoman Vandermark,
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Fire and Police Chaplain Roger Wing.
We come before you at this meeting in an attitude of humility and gratitude, open to your leading and your guiding. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to gather together in service to our community. We recognize that leadership carries both responsibility and influence, and we ask for your guidance over every decision that's made here tonight. Grant wisdom to the members of this council as they deliberate on matters that affect the lives, safety, and well-being of the people they represent. Give them clarity of thought, patience in their discussions, and a spirit of cooperation. Help them to listen carefully, speak respectively, and seek solutions that promote justice, fairness, and the common good. As the warm weather comes, we ask for your protection and safety for the many visitors who will be coming to enjoy all the activities and amenities that Huntington Beach provides. Please keep our city and our beaches safe, and may everyone who visits leave our city with an enriched experience. Lord, we ask that you would bless this city and all who call it home. Watch over our families, our neighborhoods, our businesses, and those who serve our community each day. We ask a special blessing for the wisdom, strength, and safety of our first responders who are serving in this heightened time of security. Keep them and our community safe, we pray. May the decisions made here tonight reflect integrity, responsibility, and a sincere desire to serve others. Guide this meeting with your wisdom and your peace. And we ask these things with gratitude and hope in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Norm Sumner from American Legion Post 133. It is a true honor to stand before you today as we recognize and celebrate an extraordinary member of our community, Norm Sumner. Norm joined the United States Marine Corps in 1958, answering the call to serve his country with courage and dedication. After completing boot camp and infantry training at Camp Pendleton, he served both stateside and overseas, including assignments in Okinawa and Vietnam. During his 2 combat tours in Vietnam, Norm served as a helicopter crew chief, flying dangerous medevac and supply missions under some of the most challenging and perilous conditions of the war. Despite extraordinary risks, Norm remains especially proud that he never lost an injured soldier, a remarkable reflection of both his skill and his deep sense of responsibility. Norm was shot down 8 times and flew missions into hostile territory, including Laos, to retrieve wounded Special Forces soldiers. These acts represent not only duty, but extraordinary bravery. For his valor and distinguished service, Norm was awarded the Silver Star, the Bronze Star with Valor, and the Purple Heart. He also received 25 air medals, 45 additional combat awards, and 3 Vietnamese Crosses of Valor. After 10 years of dedicated military service, Norm retired from the Marine Corps and continued serving his community through his work with the United States Postal Service. For more than 40 years, he has called Huntington Beach home and remains deeply involved in the veteran community through American Legion Post 133. Norm's life is a powerful reminder that heroism is defined not only by the acts of courage, but by a lifetime of service, humility, and integrity. Norm, on behalf of this city and grateful community, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your enduring example. Please join me in recognizing Norm Sumner. Woo!
Uncover, please. Join me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Norm. That was awesome. Closed session report. City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
City Council member comments. Council members, would anyone like to make a comment? Gracie?
I would actually. Do you have the pictures? I'm sorry, yes. So I had the honor yesterday of participating in the graduation, Ellie's graduation from Huntington High. Her father has stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and Bill, one of his wishes was to see his daughter graduate. And within 72 hours, with the combined efforts of our city staff, our Police Chief Para, the Police Officers Association, Huntington Beach High School District, residents, we were able to put together a graduation, and with a lot of the efforts of also Supervisor Janet Nguyen, who's very close to the family. And we had a park full of people together yesterday to watch Allie graduate along with her dad holding her hand. So I took a few pictures. They're not the best because I didn't have the best angle, and I recorded a little video so you guys can see a little bit of what the community was able to put together yesterday.
On behalf of all who love you, everyone here. Yes. And in the proud spirit of Huntington Beach High School, I am honored to declare this private commencement ceremony complete. Congratulations, Abby and the Kerwin family.
So this is a very valid graduation. This was done so that Bill can have the honor of watching her daughter graduate. This is Bill being brought up to the stage with his daughter. The park was just full of people. They brought food, they brought decorations, just about everything you would need for a graduation. There was music as well. And this is Bill. We were able to announce up on that stage that we will be placing a bench in his honor at Bolsa View Park, somewhere where his family can come, sit down, and think of him after his passing. And he was extremely grateful for that. And we celebrated his upcoming birthday.
I love it. Look at that.
It's happening.
1, 2, 3.
So when this was done with the efforts, like I said, Code 4 came out here and had the stage done in no time. Senator Janet Wynn made a lot of phone calls. Well, Supervisor Janet Wynn now, I still think of her as my senator. She made a lot of phone calls to put this together. The POA was very gracious and generous, covered for the permit for the event to be a possibility. So I'd like to thank everyone and to show that this is what Huntington Beach is all about. This is a true spirit of Huntington Beach, where everybody came together to grant this man his last wish to see his daughter graduate. So I want to thank everybody who came out and everybody who put an effort into bringing this together.
Anybody else? I do. Yep.
Well, I attended the event yesterday with Councilman Gracie as well as Councilman Don Kennedy, and it was a really very emotional event. It's something I'll remember forever. Gracie didn't mention that Bill only has a few days left to live. They've pulled him off of chemo, and they've given him just a few more days. And so to watch him be there for his daughter to graduate was, well, it was especially rewarding for me, but probably even way more rewarding for her. And but on a happier note, we have another birthday to celebrate here tonight, and I would ask that everybody stand up and sing happy birthday to our own Julie Toledo. And I have a little something here for her. So everybody, let's sing happy birthday to Julie. Ready? Begin. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Julie. Happy birthday to you. What a guy, Butch. Anybody else? Don.
Well, as Councilman Twining said and Councilwoman Vandermark, I was also there as a husband, a father, just a human being. There was the most heartwarming and most heartbreaking dynamic there last night. It was so moving. There was not a dry eye anywhere. And their young lady that they've raised, Abby, was so composed many times, but also wasn't able to completely hold it together. It was just such a sign of strength in class. It was unbelievable, and the whole family and everybody that Gracie referenced putting this together. It was phenomenal what they put together in such a short period of time. And I think Supervisor Janet Wynn was a spearhead of that. So let me segue into something that's a little bit lighter. I'm just going to touch on this in the next couple of meetings. So a pet can change your life, and we know Supervisor Janet Wynn's always been an advocate for the animals, fighting for the shelters and things like that. So this is in April, but I wanted to start getting the notice out there. We have these incredible pet adoptions. Keep adopting these pets. A pet can change your life, and we'll see that later with one of the celebrations. But Saturday, April 25th, there's going to be a pet adoption expo. This will be held at the Central Park. Come on out, adopt a pet. They can change your life. I'm always had pets. And there's also vouchers for $50 to help with the spaying cost. So I just want to reference this in the next meeting as well. Come on out to Central Park, April 25th, 1 to 4 p.m., Central Park West, and a big pet adoption expo. Cats, dogs, great pets. Come on out.
And also, I'd like to also point out that OC Animal Control is going to be waiving the dog adoption fees, and as the city of Huntington Beach will be waiving the cat adoption fees. It is our goal to get as many of these pets into their forever homes, and in the spirit of that, we will be waiving the fees for that day.
Anybody else? Good. On that note, now's everyone's favorite part, the Adoptable Pet of the Month, presented by Orange County Animal Care, so I'll come up there. Thank you. All right, tonight we welcome back Jonathan Volsky from OC Animal Care. Jonathan, along with volunteer John Kenner, and they have 2 dogs for us tonight. So we have Daylily, a 2-year-old boxer mix came to us from Huntington Beach last fall, right? She is shy, but very affectionate. And we'll meet Xena, a 3-year-old pit bull mix from Fountain Valley. So Jonathan, you want to tell us a little bit more about these special animals?
Well, yes, and you did get it just right, Mayor. These are 2 of the many dogs we have available for adoption now. They both qualify. They're over 25 pounds, so their adoption fees are waived. And I want to say today is a special day with St. Patrick's Day. And as much as we talk about the luck of the Irish from Orange County Animal Care, I want to thank you and the residents of Huntington Beach for the luck of Huntington Beach. Previous to tonight, we've brought 5 dogs to the meeting, and of the 5, 4 of them have been adopted. So that's awesome. So thank you all.
We always have to plug it, so if people want to adopt the dogs, where do they go?
Thank you, sir. We're open from 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock every day of the week at our campus in Tustin, 1630 Victory Road. And then you can also see all of our adoptable pets at ocpetinfo.com. So you can look at them online and then come down and see them in person, or just come right on down and take a look and find the one you want. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, guys.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
I've seen some of the shelters, they'll take donations of bedding and things like that. Do you guys need that there?
No, that is a great question, sir, and we appreciate that. We always need soft goods, bedding and blankets, because some of our dogs, like Daylily, might eat them. And then we also, once a month, have a pet pantry. So the second Saturday of each month, if you have a pet, you're welcome to just drive through and we'll give you food. And we found that keeps the pet families together and prevents them from coming to the shelter. So if someone has it in their heart to donate dog or cat food, we always accept that as well. Thank you, sir. So yes, soft goods, blankets and beds, and then dog and cat food we accept. And the food we use for either our pets or we give them away at our drive-through pet pantry, which is the second Saturday each month at our Tustin campus.
Can you repeat that address one more time for everybody?
1630 Victory Road in Tustin.
Okay, thank you very much. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. Great question. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's keep that win streak alive.
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, yeah. All right, moving on to the business highlight. So tonight our business highlight segment continues to showcase the businesses that make Huntington Beach a vibrant community. Surf City continues to grow with our new businesses opening and others coming soon. From dining and retail to fitness and services, these businesses are choosing Huntington Beach as their home. So we want to please join me in welcoming them. As you can all see on the left there, a lot of businesses just opened and several coming soon. So we want to thank all these business owners for investing in Surf City USA, supporting our local economy, and helping make Huntington Beach a great place to live, work, and play. And Huntington Beach is proud to celebrate our local businesses as we continue through our Minute with the Mayor series, which highlights the people and companies keeping our city thriving. And this week, we're highlighting 2 businesses. Look at that guy. David's Tree Service, which has been serving our community since 1981. Founded by David Diaz and now led by his son, Darren, David's Tree Service provides expert tree care for residential, commercial, HOA, and municipal clients. Their certified arborists deliver science-based services, including tree pruning, removals, stump grinding, planting, and plant health care, keeping our trees healthy and resilient for generations. We have Feluscious, located at Talbert and Beach. Falushes brings authentic Vietnamese pho together with thoughtfully crafted fusion dishes to the Huntington Beach community. Their menu features favorites like pho, garlic noodles with Shekin beef, fried rice, vermicelli noodles, and pad sui, all served with generous portions and fresh ingredients at a reasonable price. So the first video is, we call this one Minute with the Mayors. What's up, HB? I'm Mayor Casey McKeon with special guest Mayor Pro Tem Butch Twining. Today's episode of Minute with the Mayor takes us to David's Tree Service. Let's go meet the owner, Darren. All right, Darren, tell us about David's Tree Service.
David's Tree Service has been in Huntington Beach for nearly 40 years. My dad started it, and we've been serving the community ever since.
Why is Huntington Beach your choice for being headquartered at?
I was born and raised here. My parents were born and raised here, and my kids are born and raised here. So, I mean, really, this is just home.
What services do you guys provide?
So we provide tree trimming and tree removal, and also plant health care, where we diagnose the trees, and we can treat them as well.
What's your client mix?
So we actually serve the residential and commercial community. So we have crews that are specific for residential customers and for commercial as well. We actually started with residential, so we're very versed in that.
And if someone wants to use you guys' service for the first time, like where should they go?
Go to davidstree.com. They can find us there, and social media, David's Tree Service on Instagram and Facebook.
Awesome. I appreciate you guys being here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, man.
That's another local gem in Huntington Beach. Remember to support local and keep Surf City thriving. See you at the next stop.
That was exhilarating. All right, second video is Falushes. Always wanted to throw something in a wood chipper. What's up, HB? This episode of Minute with the Mayor takes us to Falushes, right off of Beach and Talbert. Let's go meet Nancy, the owner. All right, Nancy, tell us about Falushes.
Falushes, this was a family-owned business that was inspired last year, April, so we're running up on our 2 years. We're known for our amazing affordable prices, big portions, and stone pot bowls for pho.
And why'd you guys choose Huntington Beach to open your business?
Honestly, we grew up in this area, we kind of went to the bonfire scene, Main Street. We love the area, the weather, the yearly round is all nice, so this is our home.
And if someone were to come in for the first time, what's like one dish they should order and try?
Absolutely, our pho. It's slow cooked for 20 hours,
Nice.
brought out in a stone pot bowl.
Okay.
It stays warm, so the moment you eat it till the time you leave.
And then what would you guys say you love about just serving the Huntington Beach community?
The culture, the
Yeah.
family, the people, it's just not only tourism that attracts Huntington Beach, it's families, surfers, it's people around here, they're amazing.
Thank you. That's another local gem right here in Huntington Beach. So remember to support local and keep Surf City thriving. See you at the next stop. All right. So thank you, Darren and Nancy, for welcoming us and sharing their business with the community. Like I said before, if your business hasn't participated yet, please visit shoplocalhb.com to get involved. I'm approached all the time out in public, people recommending businesses, and I always please direct them because we want to get to everybody and not have priorities. So just get in the queue at shoplocalhb.com. And then finally, I would like to thank everyone who attended the Mayor's Breakfast this year to support our vital local economy. It was amazing at the Paseo Hotel. And we just want to give special thanks to the Huntington Beach Chamber of Commerce and the Paseo for hosting just an amazing event. And to our panel of business owners, we had Frank Morrow from Orlando Precision, Calvin Free from the Beef Palace, Michael Krockenberg from the Paseo Hotel, and Ryan Clancy from Dukes. And it was great dialogue with attendees discussing priorities for 2026 and engaging with the city, the Orange County Business Council, and the Small Business Development Center to strengthen the Huntington Beach economy. And a huge thank you to our sponsors, City of Hope of Orange County, Golden West College, Visit Huntington Beach, AES, Republic Services, and 25 Degrees. And I'll just say that everyone really felt energized about all the success we've had, attracting new business, highlighting our local businesses, highlighting that we won first place for our Streamline program and at the Disneyland Hotel a couple weeks ago. Everyone felt really connected leaving that, really optimistic. So it was an amazing event, and I just want to thank everybody that attended. All right. There you go. Pat was jealous about the event location. All right, next up is community events announcements. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for community events announcements?
Yes, Mayor, we do. You'll be called to, once your name is called, please come down to the podium to make your announcement for community events. You'll be allotted 2 minutes for the announcement. Please approach both podiums. Patricia Gallardo from Braille Institute, Meredith Randall from Golden West College, Debbie Kiley from Republic Services, Sean Wood from Kiwanis of Huntington Beach, James Anderson, Kiwanis of Huntington Beach, and Jason Schmidt, City Treasurer.
Go ahead, Sean.
Thank you. So my name's Sean Wood. I am the chair for the Easter Family Fun Day for Kiwanis in collaboration with the City of Huntington Beach. I think our Easter event that we hold in Huntington Beach is one of the best in the world. It won an international award at Kiwanis International for the Beeping Easter Egg Hunt. It was the best service project in California, Nevada, and Hawaii. And I have some friends with me here today that really make this Easter egg hunt possible. I have the Braille Institute, Golden West College, who's one of our sponsors, Republic Services, members of Kiwanis International, and we have a video to highlight what makes our Huntington Beach Easter egg hunt so special. We're gonna watch that now.
Well, the Kiwanis Club of Huntington Beach did it again, partnering with the city's Park and Recreation Department. All the games, foods, music, and activities was the perfect backdrop for a great day for and about the community, including multiple egg hunts that swept through the day. First, the children with disabilities made their way through.
It's amazing, I think, what they do for the kids, especially when you have a child that doesn't move as quickly as the rest. It is nice that they can kind of get in a relaxed environment and feel as if they're part of everything. It's awesome.
Next, with help from the Braille Institute Youth Program, these sight-impaired kids were not missing one beat.
So these eggs beep, actually this one chirps, and so the kids, when they hear it, they'll tap the ground and they'll feel the egg and then they'll turn off the beeping sound. A lot of times they'll have a parent or a chaperone with them that's able to turn off the beeping because they're actually hearing the sounds of the beeping, and that's how they find the candy.
Well, you put some huge eggs in there.
The annual Easter Hunt and Family Fun Day, a tradition that endures in the hearts and minds of so many.
Yeah, so the Kiwanis Club and the City of Huntington Beach's relationship is first class. I think it's unparalleled. The Kiwanis has been in the city for so long. They've put in so many great events. Kiwanis gives back to the community in so many ways, and this is probably their biggest event of the year. And it's always A+, and they do a great job. A great Easter egg hunt. Liam did a great job. I think you got, what, like 10 or 12 eggs? Did a great job getting the eggs.
People have made this happen. To our partners, of course, the City of Huntington Beach and the Parks and Recreation Department. You all know that when you came in, you saw the Huntington Beach Police Department, the SWAT team, K-9, Huntington Beach Fire Department.
First and foremost, we have the most incredible police and fire departments in the country. And you cannot have a thriving city if you don't have a safe city.
And we couldn't have been blessed with a better, more beautiful weather. It's such a beautiful day here in town. We got, I don't know how many people are here. It's unbelievable. Such a great event. I want to thank our sponsors. Oh my gosh, it's City of Hope was a great partner this year, and the Braille Institute and Chevron came in. Tombo Taekwondo came and supplied the eggs with all the candy in it. So it's just an unbelievable event. So blessed to be in this city and this community.
And let's not forget, there was a lot of dunking going on, and many came forward to bring the heat. Compliments of Expertech Automotive. This year, with towels for the dunkies. Dollars raised, of course, goes directly into the mission of the all-volunteer Kiwanis to support the children and families of our community. And that's a good reason to cheer.
1, 2, 3.
Happy Easter!
So that's just some of the reasons why our Easter egg hunt is probably the best in the world, in my opinion. There's over 10,000 pounds of candy. Every kid is going to get a free book this year. Thank you for a grant from Memorial Care. It's my distinct honor to introduce Braille Institute, Patricia Gallardo.
Hello, like Sean said, my name is Patricia Gallardo from the Braille Institute. I am the Youth and Child Development Director. And first and foremost, I want to thank the City of Huntington Beach Fire Department, and Kiwanis International for providing this inclusive and accessible egg hunt. As you all saw in the video, our families truly look forward to this egg hunt because they know it has been designed for children who are blind and low vision with them, their first priority. As you saw, children, whether they are locating the eggs using auditory cues of the chirping or the beeping, or if they're using their cane to find the really large, massive eggs. Families look forward to this year after year. There's nothing like it. To have inclusive and accessible egg hunts are far and few, very far and few. So we have families that travel to Huntington Beach to be a part of this. Families want their children to be a part of their community, and this is being a part of the community. So, and even the part where you create an accessible, a sensory, a tactile event experience with the fire department. The kids are touching the fire engines, talking to the fire department. It is truly an experience for them. So I want to say thank you from Braille Institute for having egg hunts for all children, accessible to all children, because there's nothing like this out there. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Meredith Randall. I'm the president of Golden West College, and this will be our first sponsorship of the event. We're very excited about it. It's obviously a great community connection for the college, and we continue to look for ways to support the community and be part of the community even more than we already are. I will say those children are a little younger than the ones we usually serve at the college, but everyone starts somewhere, and we also have a lot of services at the college for students with disabilities, so we're very excited to be part of an event like this that serves students with vision impairment, or children with vision impairment, and we're looking forward to the event. So thank you to everyone involved.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Keeley. I work for Republic Services, and our company has been a part of this since inception. And me, as a Huntington Beach resident, my daughter is now 20, and I've been taking her since she was a baby, so it is a really fun event. But I also just wanted to highlight, you saw the little horn honk there in the video. So our company, Republic Services, will have a trash truck, and just want to make sure that those little trash truck fans know that we'll be in the parking lot right next to the police and fire, just a part of that ability to see those utility vehicles out that you see every day out. Now you can see them up personal and close. That was it.
April 4th, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for everyone who's going to be in the dunk tank. I see some of your faces right there. And it's all for charity. All of that money that is raised actually stays in the community for local scholarships. I'm just so proud of this event. Please come out. It's a great event. Thank you so much, City of Huntington Beach. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Casey, Mayor, can we have any council member that's going to be in the dunk tank raise their hand so they know who the targets are? Come on out and dunk us.
Hey, I already served in that dunk tag twice.
I know.
Your turn.
I was there before, but I love it.
I was harassed into submission. All right, Jason, state your name, please.
Jason Schmidt, City Treasurer. So first and foremost, my husband Michael and I are planning on bringing out our fellow Rotarians out to the Kiwanis Easter event, and we hope everyone in Huntington Beach will join us. So even though it's St. Patrick's Day, no one should be leaving their financial safety to the luck of the Irish, and that's why we're serving up a double dose of investment scam classes this week. Our first general audience class, The Art of the Distraction Scam, will be held tomorrow night, March 18th at 6 p.m. in Central Library. Distraction scams are one of the most common scam types and easiest to avoid, so come out and learn how to avoid them. And, backed by popular demand, our quarterly senior-focused scam class, An Introduction to Senior Economic Fraud, will be held on Friday at 1:30 p.m. at the Senior Center. This class will cover a range of scams commonly used to target seniors, and our super volunteer, Steve Levin, will show you how to spot the warning signs before they're too late. Steve's tip of the day, by the way, is if a leprechaun happens to offer you a 4-leaf clover in exchange for your credit card information, you should walk away and grab a green beer at the nearest pub instead. Thank you.
All right. Supplemental communications. Madam Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we have supplemental communication. Item number 15, City Manager's Report, revised memo and PowerPoint received from Construction Manager David Fate for upcoming refuse rate adjustments. Councilmember item number 22, one email received regarding the transfer of authority of conditional use permits and variances.
Okay. Public comments. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have signed up to speak?
We have 13 speakers signed up today.
Please call them up.
The City Council will now receive public comments for people on any topic, including items on open session agenda. When your name is called, please approach, use both podiums, state your name and organization for the record. Mr. Amory Hanson, Tim Geddes, Andrew Einhorn, Bon Gomes, Russ Neal, Leah Theodore, Brian Thenis, Ann Palmer, Michael Selna, Catherine Goddard, Max Daffron, Pat Goodman, and Sean.
Let's go, Max.
I'm good. I'll get out of the way first since I'm hopping around these days. Good to see you, Mayor and Honorable Council. I'm here to talk about item number 22 today. My name is Max Daffron. I'm here to serve as the President and CEO of the Huntington Beach Chamber of Commerce. One of the largest and most important roles that chambers take on is advocating on behalf of the business community on items that could potentially pose a negative impact to our economic ecosystem here in Huntington Beach. That's why I'm here to talk about this item today. You know, as a Huntington Beach native and current resident of Huntington Beach, I absolutely understand where this item is coming from. I totally get it. As a former Huntington Beach City staff member actually here working in the Economic Development Department over 7 years ago, I also totally sympathize with the desire to streamline processes. I'm all about it. But here, in my role as the Chamber of Commerce, I'm here to push for the modernization of our processes, but making sure we take it in the correct order. My concern today is that the item as presented risks creating an environment that is out of sync with some of the great work you guys have been doing here at the city in regards to our streamlining of processes for our business community. For businesses, the zoning administrator process offers a more efficient and predictable path to approval compared to going to Planning Commission. This process through the zoning administrator is typically faster, more consistent, and less intensive, while it still helps protect the community through a public hearing process. You know, the Huntington Beach Chamber of Commerce, we will always be supportive of efforts to streamline our processes here in Huntington Beach. However, I believe the way that the item is written as presented could unintentionally hinder the ability of new businesses to enter our marketplace. If the city's interested in evaluating opportunities to update the zoning code and potentially reduce conditional use permit requirements, the chamber would propose that the city first conduct this exercise in conjunction with our business community before removing the zoning administrator role entirely. Approving this item as presented, like I said before, risks creating a logjam of businesses that are trying to enter our marketplace that now have to go through a potentially more intensive process. And without updating our fee schedules and things of that nature, it could be more expensive for them as well. Again, introducing more uncertainty into that process. Uncertainty equals risk, and risk is the biggest barrier to entry for small businesses wanting to enter in our community. You know, in the previous 4 months since I took this role here with the Chamber of Commerce, I've sat down with over 70 business stakeholders here in Huntington Beach, and one of the most overwhelming things that comes up, the most consistent topic, is conditional use permits and that process, and that it takes time and it costs money, which of course, it's always gonna do that. It's a municipal process, it's what it does. What I would encourage this council to do is to take a step back and let's think about how we can streamline these processes first before we take actions that could potentially slow down that process. You know, we're always going to be supportive here of the city's goals to streamline processes and remove barriers to entry. And if the city's interested, the chamber would love to host a listening session with our businesses on April 9th at our next AM Connect on our CUP process. So
Thanks,
thank you,
Max.
everybody.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes in the house as we honor Women's History Month. And true to my word, I am wearing white as a shout out to transparency on this St. Patrick's Day. Let's chase all those snakes right on out of here. I would like to focus tonight on agenda item number 22, 26254, transfer of authority of CUPs and variances, which would withdraw authority as soon as possible, mind you, from the zoning administrator for authorizing conditional use permits, CUP, and variances, and turn over all CUP and variances to your Planning Commission for review and approval or denial. What is wrong with that picture? The flawed rationale is that the zoning administrator is only one person, albeit a competent, experienced, and supposedly unbiased one, while the Planning Commission is 7 officials, albeit appointed ones. It of course ignores the fact that the Planning Commission is a 7-member creature of the City Council, which reliably acts with one voice, the mega voice, which is hardly an arbiter for independent and qualified decision making. This is a power grab. I mean, who would you trust more, a single qualified voice, zoning administrator, or a single-voiced creature of a potentially biased planning commission with no counterbalance of opinions or experience? This is right out of the Trump playbook, and that book doesn't read so well right now. Does this power grab come across like transparency to you? Will it seem transparent to our residents and taxpayers? Will it seem suspicious to all those who have business before the city if they are not in favor of the powers that be? Does anyone see a potential for conflict and bias? I sure do. This is not a transparent way of doing business. It is an authoritarian way of doing business, and I guess we have the incumbent autocrat of the council, Pat Burns, to thank for that. If this is one of his promises made, promises kept moments, you are all guilty of hypocrisy if you back this cynical ploy. We need St. Patrick back more than ever right now. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Leah Theodore. I'm a former Miss California, now living in Huntington Beach as a stay-at-home mom of 2 boys. One of the things I love about living in Huntington Beach is how proudly this community celebrates America, whether it's the 4th of July parade, which I've been in myself, to American flags along Main Street and throughout our neighborhoods. Huntington Beach has a special way of showing appreciation for our country. That spirit inspired something I've been building at my kitchen table during nap times and dinner prep. It's called Baldy's America. The first book is an interactive finger puppet book where parents guide Baldy as he flies across scenes inspired by the poem America the Beautiful, written by Catherine Lee Bates in 1893. It's designed as a read or sing aloud experience for families. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain. That melody carries history, as we know. Now imagine passing that to a toddler during story time. That's literacy, music, connection. And the mission behind Baldy Books is simple: to help keep innocent love and appreciation for America alive in young children. As a parent, I believe children deserve stories that celebrate beauty, wonder, and the places that make up our country. Stories that allowed kids to simply be kids while discovering the world around them. Because if children grow up loving the beauty of their country, they'll grow up wanting to take care of it. My hope is that Baldy becomes more than just one book. Future adventures would take Baldy flying over national parks, exploring Washington, D.C., maybe even Huntington Beach, and introduce children to American history and geography in fun and age-appropriate ways. Right now, Baldy is in the startup phase. I've formed Baldy Books, LLC, submitted trademark applications, created a working prototype, as you can see, and launched a GoFundMe campaign to fund the final illustrations, safety testing, and the first production run. If anyone in our community believes in uplifting educational initiatives like this, whether it's backing the GoFundMe, helping spread the word, or introducing me to someone who enjoys backing early projects, I would love an introduction. I'd be honored. My goal is to launch the first Baldy book in time for America's 250th anniversary. And if that happens, Baldy, which was created right here in Huntington Beach, will begin his journey during a historic moment in our country. If you'd like to learn more, the GoFundMe can easily be found at baldybooks.com or by simply searching Baldy on the GoFundMe website. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Next
Good
speaker,
evening,
please.
Mayor McKeon, Mayor Pro Tem Twining, council members, staff. My name is Brian Thenis, 40-year resident, 40 years in civil engineering business. So somebody said we were not a competent planning commission. I'm also one of your planning commissioners. This is the opposite of a power grab. I'm here to speak about item 22, removing the zoning administration from the CUP process. It's the opposite of a power grab. I'm here to tell you I've been dealing with planning commissions for 40 years with my business, turning 40 this year. And this current planning commission that we have is the most well-versed, educated. They come to every meeting prepared to discuss every subject that comes to our commission. And it's the opposite of a power grab because a conditional use permit is a discretionary approval, and that should be granted by a committee or a commission and not by one single person. So I was surprised to find that our CUP process is done by just simply the zoning administrator, although I did my research, and there are less than half of the cities do have the same process as us, but more than the majority do require planning commission approvals for conditional use permits because they're a discretionary approval. I do support expediting our process. I think it could use some work. I think it could move along. So I do support removing some items. I think some things don't need to be a conditional use permit, like some of the residential projects we could probably tighten up the code and get rid of that CUP process. But certainly one of the things that I think should have a CUP process is when somebody comes in with a residential development that includes these ADUs. These ADUs are ridiculous. They don't require parking. They're the size of a single-family home in Huntington Beach. And I think the developer or the applicant who wants to build such an inadequate, non-performing facility, when they say, oh, we don't have to have parking, well, that's ridiculous. That their cars are just going to park on the streets. It's just going to be a burden to our infrastructure and our city long term. And I think those people should come to the Planning Commission, and we should have a public hearing and say, hey, this isn't the city of Huntington Beach. This is that knucklehead up in Sacramento with his Senate bills that are just destroying the integrity of communities all around California. And so I think those for sure should go to the Planning Commission. But nope, it's not a power grab. I think it's the opposite of that. We think it's appropriate that it goes to a commission, some of these conditional use permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
La Breja Sunadiv. That means Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I'm here to very briefly voice my support and delight for Sugar the Surfing Dog Day and USA Hockey Day. I'm Ann Palmer. I've lived here 35 years. And I also want to speak on item 14. I'm watching with interest this appeal. I re-looked at all the conditions that were put on it by the Planning Commission, and we worked really hard on that, and thank you for the compliments, Brian. It is a hard-working Planning Commission. I do believe that the project is the best solution for owners, management, members, and neighbors for the long term with the additional conditions that we added to the project. But I look forward to seeing what your conclusion is. Regarding item 22, I do trust that the ongoing audit of all city functions and departments will guide the city to the best, most efficient process. I think it's important that the Planning Commission is more involved with CUPs. It's always a sticking point, and like Brian, I thought that was our job at one point until I sat down to work there. But I also think that we don't know what's coming from Sacramento. So once we see what's coming in the next couple years, we will be very sad if we haven't done our homework to best position ourselves to know what we want and what we can withstand in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 22, Councilman Burns' item to give authority on conditional use permits and variances to the Planning Commission. This item will ensure a fair hearing is given to all projects, multiple perspectives are given, and that the public is given a fair opportunity to express their concerns or suggestions on projects. I urge the council to continue its efforts to increase transparency. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Catherine Goddard, and I'm here to give you some feedback from I attended the Community and Library Services Commission meeting the other day, last week, and we were listening to a presentation by the company who had been hired to do a survey of all the various sites of our libraries and to bring information back in terms of creating a design that we could use for the future. And what was so confusing, there was a lot of information there. They had spoken with citizens, they had spoken with librarians, they'd spoken to council members and the city staff, and they had lots of ideas in that report about what might happen in our library settings. Couple of the main things were that we need to put more focus on teenagers and need to have areas for them that are attractive and have soundproof rooms if they want to do their music or something, and then small children and an indoor-outdoor environment. At any rate, they were speaking about the evolution of libraries in today's world and about what might happen here. There were some schematics that were presented where they were showing how things could be expanded. For instance, how you could put surfboards into the Main Street Library, things that are currently being floated. But most of all, what was astonishing to me was this was a report. And rather than asking questions about the report for a contract that is really basically complete at this point, that commission seemed to think they were to vote yes or no, up or down, like it was something to be voted on. But the issue was to understand the report, ask questions about it, and then understand that coming forward, you all would be the ones to decide if you want to use it as a plan for the next 20 or 30 years. But the confusion was remarkable, and I was quite surprised, and I hope that they didn't all report back to you that they wanted to vote it down, because that's kind of where it was going when it was tabled. But I would like you to look further into it and understand what's in there. It's a lot of information we could well use in the community to develop these very special places. So that's just me with my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead, sir.
Michael Selna, 52-year resident. I'm here speaking in support of California Senate Bill 868. I spoke with the council about that on February 3rd and urged you to consider taking a positive position on the bill. The bill is sometimes called the plug-in or balcony solar bill, and my purpose this evening is just to provide an update and offer any assistance you might need in preparing a letter of support for your consideration. Repeating some of the background from February, this bill helps with power affordability, especially for renters who can plug the unit directly into an outlet. If the renter moves to a different residence, they can take the solar unit with them. This bill cuts out much of the regulatory red tape. It's anticipated that these units would be sold at places like Home Depot and Lowe's. This bill is a win for affordability, and especially for the 45% of HB residents who rent. In February, I mentioned that 20 other states are considering this. That number is now up to 28, and Utah has had it in place for a year, and it's working well. So today's headline on SB 868 is that it passed out of the Senate Utilities and Energy Committee today with a yes vote by Senator Strickland. Other cities around here watch HB. My hope is that you would consider a letter of support from the council. This may help to start a trend in Orange County. And I'd be happy to assist staff by providing information about the bill, if that would help. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Russell
Brett.
Neal on Huntington Beach. I thought we might inject just a little bit of Irish humor in this forum tonight. So Mike, says Pat, if you were stranded on a desert island, who would you like most to be with you? Me uncle Malachi, says Mike. Why him? asked Pat. He's got a boat, says Mike. Okay.
There's got to be a better one than that.
Father. Father, says Pat in the confessional, I've had an adulterous affair. Tell me, says the priest, was it Molly O'Reilly? No, Father. Kathleen Murphy? No, Father. Bridget Kelly, says the priest. Father, I can't tell you her name. Then I won't absolve you of your sins. Pat goes outside and is greeted by Mike. Did you get absolved of your sins? Asks Mike. No, says Pat, but I got 3 really good leads. So when the jury declared Patty not guilty of robbery, he rushed to the judge and he shouted, does this mean I get to keep the money then? Okay. 2 men, a minister and a politician, arrive at the pearly gates. St. Peter takes them to their accommodations. The minister is given the keys to a rooming house. The politician is given the keys to a mansion. I'm confused, says the politician. Why does a man of the cloth get such modest accommodation while I get such opulence? Well, says St. Peter, we've got millions of ministers up here, but you're the only politician who ever made it. Okay. Knock, knock. Who's there? Irish. Irish who? I wish you a happy St. Patrick's Day. So thank you, and may you be in heaven half an hour before the devil knows you're dead. Thank you.
Thanks, Russ. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor McKeon and council members. When I first read item number 22, which was submitted by Councilmember Burns regarding the transfer of authority from the conditional of authority for conditional use permits and variances, it seemed to be counterintuitive to the efforts by the city council to streamline government and make it timelier and more responsive to the residents and businesses in Huntington Beach. Are there issues that exist or examples that you could share with us that point to this as a problem? If so, yeah, to give us some examples of those types of circumstances so we would better understand why this is necessary. And then for me, could you have the staff, or I ask the staff to please clearly confirm that item number 22 will not affect ministerial permits for routine home improvements? And 2, explain for the staff to please explain specifically how shifting CUP and variance authority will improve timeliness and predictability for property owners and businesses seeking CUPs and zoning variance. My hunch, just on the brief read that I gave it, is that this item falls in the category of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor McKeon and members of the council. My name is Bon Gomes. I'm a Huntington Beach resident and Marine Corps veteran and co-founder of the Solinaro Community Foundation, a nonprofit organization. From 1999 to 2004, I served with 1st Marines at Camp Horno, and tonight I'm here to water the seed that I planted at the town hall back in January of this year. Recently, we visited the former gun range site next to Huntington Beach Central Park. Standing there, we were inspired by what that land could become once remediation is complete. Through the Solinaro Community Foundation, Christina and I have been developing a vision for a performance and recreation campus that could serve youth, veterans, families, and the entire Huntington Beach community. Our concept supports many of the recreational features that the city has already been discussing, including skate, BMX, and racket sports like pickleball and tennis with sunken courts, while also adding unique elements. These include a veteran-led resilience obstacle course inspired by the Oak Course at Camp Pendleton, a community fitness and training space where coaches can mentor young people, and a multi-use athletic field where sports, events, and community programs can take place. We didn't have this when I got out of the Marine Corps in 2004, and this year it just really hits my heart. One meaningful part of the vision is that veterans with honorable service would receive free access to the facility, creating a place where they could stay active, reconnect with the community, and help mentor the next generation. But what moved us most while standing there on that land was the symbolism. A place that once trained people to fire weapons could become a place that trains people to build strength, confidence, and community. We like to say it simply, turning lead into love. And if we do this right, one day a kid might walk through those gates and think, wow, I get to be here. And that's when we'll know Huntington Beach built something truly special, something this entire community can stand behind. We know the remediation process is still early, but we wanted to share the vision and express our interest in supporting the city as the future of that space takes place. Thank you for your time, and thank you for everything you guys do for Huntington Beach.
Sir, could you fill out a blue card on the way out so we can get in contact with you?
For sure. I also brought a real quick visual concept, and I also handed them out too.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Ramadan, a celebration of jihad. Kafirs are told that Ramadan's a holy month because it was that time that the Quran was revealed to Muhammad. But Ramadan's religious aspects conceal a deep connection to jihad, The story of Ramadan is a story of Islamic conquest, and it begins with Muhammad. After Muhammad and his followers left Mecca to settle in Medina, an event known as the Hijra, it became quickly apparent that the Muslims had no ability to participate in the local economy. Islamic texts report that Muslims left Mecca without any form of wealth or property. But many of his followers were just poor to begin with. Not only were they penniless, but there were no jobs available for them in Medina. Muhammad and his followers were wholly dependent upon the hospitality of the people of Medina. Muhammad began to consider the idea of robbing Meccan caravans. He reasoned that Meccans owed him and his followers, and in a place where resources were always in short supply, raiding was a deeply ingrained cultural practice. Anyway, so raiding is what they did. The battle started in 624, and then again in 629, 636, 711, and 1187. The historical records show that Ramadan is indeed the month of jihad. All these battles were perpetrated during Ramadan. The zakat, a religious tax, is payable by Muslims each year, generally collected during Ramadan. One who is entitled to receive funds from zakat is the jihadi. While in Kafir countries, and Kafir means anyone who's not a Muslim, there's Muslims and then there's dogs, that's us. We're touted as it's a month of peaceful religious devotion. We've seen in our own country, it's not. It's recognized in Islamic countries as a time of worship and a time of military struggle and triumph. Iranian dictator Ayatollah Khamenei declared that Ramadan is the month of jihad. Kafirs are ignorant of this fact, but the connection between Ramadan and jihad is well known in the Islamic community. It is held with much historical pride among those communities. Violent armed jihad is the technique with which people are most familiar, but jihad's not always violent. The goal of jihad is for political Islam to dominate and control the entire planet. So any activity meant to spread Islam or give it a positive image in the eyes of us, the kafir, is jihad. During the month of Ramadan, you are witnessing a virtue-signaling display of dominance and power. You are witnessing nonviolent tactics of jihad, and some violent ones.
Thank you, ma'am.
Andy Einhorn, 44-year resident of Huntington Beach. There is no credible evidence of widespread voter fraud after years of investigations and millions of dollars in taxpayer money have proven absolutely nothing. Even the right-wing Heritage Foundation own data combined with the independent voter project studies confirm California recorded just 71 illegal votes, a mere 0.03% in 43 years. Trump is still hunting phantom ballots now in Arizona, and if he claimed they came from outer space, his cult would salute and march. Strange how our voting system worked fine for 44 presidents, suddenly became tainted when Trump lost an election. State courts struck down your voter ID measure, a costly waste of taxpayer money. The voter ID was never about ballot protection. It's about suppressing the votes. Now, another issue. The, quote, Save America Act does not stop illegal voting. It stops legal voting, threatening to disenfranchise citizens under the pretense of a problem that does not exist. The SAVE Act does not mention millions of Americans lack a passport and cannot access birth certificates. Costly documents and bureaucratic hurdles are not not election security. It's a poll tax. Any plan that includes not allowing mail-in voting should never, I repeat, never be tolerated. Our council should never manufacture lawsuits, raid reserve funds, negotiate air show settlement giveaways, or make hot comments that demean our local citizens. This council has betrayed the city's legacy. Future councils must reject groupthink, abandon partisanship, and govern from all residents. Have a good evening.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm trying to understand the proposed change from allowing the zoning administrator to approve conditional use permits to requiring those decisions to be before the Planning Commission. The agenda item recommends making this change as soon as possible, yet there is no information about the reason for the idea or what impact the change would have on the public or the staff. The single paragraph submitted by Pat Burns for considering this item doesn't really give any information either. It states that the practice of having a zoning administrator is not very common, but a quick Google search found that there are other cities in Orange County that use this system, including Costa Mesa and Santa Ana. The next sentence says, some CUPs and variances can have great effect to neighborhoods and communities negatively. I think that's intended to mean that the CUPs could have adverse effects on neighbors. While that is true, there is a process for notifying neighbors which allows them to appeal to the Planning Commission, but in the current system, the Planning Commission is not hearing all CUPs, only the ones that are appealed. The zoning administrator is a senior staff member with the expertise to evaluate and approve or deny variances and CUPs without overloading the Planning Commission. If there is a compelling reason to propose this change, it should be presented in writing so that all members of the public can understand. In the meantime, this item should be voted down or tabled until we fully understand and are informed as to the goals of this change. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, council members. You know, again, Chief Parrott isn't here. These people that are supposed to be here, this section, if the cameras could focus on this section, these are the important people that run this city. And Chief Parrott hasn't been here forever. I mean, he had a little mini-me that looked like him, but I mean, but he was a lot shorter. But he's not even here. Seriously, I'm still hot about the permit thing, where the police, the City of Huntington Police Department had an annual poker tournament and never paid for a permit. If any of us did that, we'd be in jail. And Toby the clown, Toby Archer, and Chris Nesmith and officers such would be getting awards for busting a criminal activity. I mean, something. And he's never here. This is insane. We pay $100 million a year, over $100 million a year. That's $3 million every 3 days. We give to the police department that's only open, it has open hours between 8 and 5 o'clock, Monday through Thursday. Friday they're closed, Saturday they're closed, Sunday they're closed. What police department closes, I mean, has office hours for the front lobby? I mean, that's insane. Newport doesn't have it, Long Beach doesn't have it, Compton doesn't have it, Beverly Hills doesn't have it, it's open. Over here, we're open Monday through Thursday, and we pay over $100 million a year. This is insane. You know, I looked up, okay, who pays, what countries pay less than $100 million a year? Okay, and you know who pays less than $100 million a year to protect their country? Was Afghanistan. Afghanistan spent, I mean, for 20 years we've been trying to invade them. The whole might of the U.S. Army, I mean, the U.S. military force, and we still can't beat them, and they spend less than we spend on our police department. Oh, and by the way, the association, whenever they make money, they don't have to tell you what they spend the money on. So if it's surveillance equipment, they don't have to tell you that they have it. And it's really easy when they sign NDOs, non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, saying that they're not allowed to tell us about this surveillance that they have on us and what they give to private companies. Please, please, we have to do something about the surveillance of our city. If you look up in the middle of the night, you can see a whole bunch of drones out there. It's nuts. We pay.
Thanks, Roger. All right, moving on to council committee appointment announcements. Council members, do you have any council committee appointment announcements? Seeing none. AB 123 reporting. 1234 reporting. Does anyone have anything to report?
I spoke with the POA.
That's the next.
Oh, sorry.
All good? Open to negotiations, Andrew?
Spoke with POA.
Yes, thank you. Anybody else?
I spoke with the POA.
I spoke with the POA too.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Moving on to study session.
Mayor McKeon, I'm going to recuse myself from this because I am executive director of one of the nonprofits that's a part of this.
You got it. All right. Staff, please introduce the report.
Mayor and City Council, tonight we do have the CPAB board members here. And are you going to do roll call?
I'm going to do the roll call. Yep. Chair Hamel? Secretary Pena? Board Member Pappas?
Here.
Board Member Quinn? And
Here.
Newkirk? Newkirk, you're here?
Here.
Okay. All present except for Chair Hamel.
Thank you. I think Charles Kovac is going to provide the staff report.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor McKeon and members of the City Council and members of the Citizen Participation Advisory Board. Charles Kovac, Housing Manager. This evening I'll be presenting on the proposed 2026-27 Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Program funding. The CPAB, which is here tonight, was instrumental in providing recommendations to the City Council regarding the Community Development Block Grant public services activities. Community Development Block Grant, commonly referred to as CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Funds, referred to as Home Funds, come to the City of Huntington Beach as entitlement grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. For the 2026-27 program year, the city has not yet received the CDBG and home allocations from HUD. So the proposed budget is based upon the current 2025-26 year allocations. The city is estimated to receive around $1.1 million in CDBG funds and approximately $500,000 in home funds. As shown here, the total estimated funding available through CDBG and home next fiscal year is approximately $2.1 million. This $2.1 million includes the estimated 26-27 allocations from HUD, which again is based upon the current year program allocation, along with estimated carryover funds from prior program years and program income derived from loan repayments. Public participation is a major component in the CDBG and home funding process. The CDBG and home funding process begins every year with a notice of funding availability, which happens in October, inviting applications for eligible public service programs. This year, the city solicited proposals from more than 25 local social service providers and received 9 applications. Applications were evaluated for program eligibility, and then the CPAB held 3 public meetings to review the applications, hear presentations from the applicants, and make funding recommendations to the city, for the City Council's consideration. The CPAB recommendations are based largely on the city's priority objectives for the programs that are established by the City Council in a document called the 5-Year Consolidated Plan. Our current consolidated plan was adopted in 2025 for the period of 2025 to 2029. A 2026-27 action plan, which is essentially the CDBG home funding budget submitted to HUD, will be considered for approval by the City Council in May as part of a public hearing. CDBG is the principal federal program for providing local governments with grants to improve the physical, economic, and social conditions in their communities. The purpose of the program is to create and maintain decent housing and suitable living environment and to expand economic opportunities for low and moderate income residents. The CDBG activities must meet one of the 3 national objectives shown here. For the CDBG activities in the city of Huntington Beach, the national objective is met by providing projects and programs that serve and benefit low and moderate income residents. As outlined in the city's consolidated plan, the local priority objectives are to address housing, homelessness, special needs individuals, including seniors and veterans, and youth, and upgrade of public facilities and infrastructure improvements. The CDBG allocations are broken down by 3 categories, including a maximum of 15% that can be spent on CDBG public services activities. A maximum of 20% can be spent on administration, with the balance of 65% allocated to capital and housing preservation projects. On February 19th, the CPAB recommended to the City Council the following public services funding allocations. Based upon the estimated CDBG public services allocations of approximately $161,000, the CPAB recommended 7 organizations for funding as shown here. And as you can see, there's $459,000 in requests. So the CPAB had some difficult decisions to get it to the $161,000. Save the Brave is the only new organization funded with 2 organizations, NAMI OC and Something More, not being recommended for this funding cycle. It should be noted that CPAB has made recommendations to adjust the funding in the event the city receives a higher or lower allocation from HUD than what is presented here. If the allocation is higher, then CPAB recommends any increase in CDBG public services funding be split equally amongst the 7 recommended organizations shown here. If the funding allocation decreases, then CPAB recommends that each organization recommended for funding also be reduced equally. The CDBG capital project allocations are primarily based upon continuing the current projects and programs related to tenant-based rental assistance, special code enforcement, ADA infrastructure improvements, and the Housing Rehabilitation Loan and Grant Program. The recommended allocation for CDBG administration is shown here. The maximum allocation is 20% of the total allocation, which is used for staff salaries to implement HUD programs, consultant costs, document preparation, and public noticing requirements. If this funding is not used during the program year, then the remaining portion will need to be carried over to fiscal year 27-28 for CDBG capital program and activities. The HOME is the principal federal program of providing local governments with grants for affordable housing for low and moderate income residents and consists of eligible activities such as housing rehabilitation and tenant-based rental assistance. As with the CDBG program, the HOME Act capital activities must meet the local objectives identified in the consolidated plan, including preserving existing affordable housing, creating new affordable housing, and tenant-based rental assistance. Similar to CDBG funding, home funding allocations are broken down by 3 categories, including a maximum of 10% can be spent on home administration, 15% on community housing development organization affordable housing projects, commonly referred to as a CHODO project, with the balance of 75% allocated to creating new and preserving existing affordable housing. The home allocations are based upon continuing the current TBRA program with service providers Mercy House and Families Forward, which amounts to $300,000, and funding the 5th year of the Mobile Home TBRA program for seniors for approximately $100,000. The 15% required allocation for CHODO projects would be reserved for a future affordable housing project that is to be considered for development by the City Council. The balance of the funding is for home administration consisting of carryover funds from prior years and the maximum 10% of the 2026-27 home allocation. This final slide shows the upcoming actions related to the CDBG and home funding process. After this study session tonight, the draft 26-27 action plan will be made available for a 30-day public review period starting April 3rd through May 5th. The City Council will consider the final recommendations as part of the 26-27 annual action plan at a required public hearing on May 5th. Upon City Council consideration and approval on May 5th, the action plan would be submitted to HUD by May 17th, and the new program year would begin on July 1st. So that kind of concludes the presentation. I would like to offer the council members briefings. If you would like to further discuss these proposed projects and funding in more detail, just contact our Community Development Director, and we'll definitely set up a time if anybody wants to meet. And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the CPAB on their efforts and invite Secretary Pena to say a few words regarding the process and their recommendations if he would like to.
Thank you, Charles. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Joe Pena, and it's been an honor to serve as Secretary for the CPAB board with my fellow board members. Yeah, this year we heard presentations from a wide, diverse group of organizations. All of them share a mission to strengthen our community through collaboration with our residents and with the local government. The board is faced with many difficult challenges on deciding the funding levels. That was a very difficult and challenging situation, but commending my fellow board members, feel like we did our due diligence and evaluated everyone properly. So, and just lastly, on behalf of the board, I just want to commend Charles, Skylar, and Greg for their assisting us on all of our different tasks and running the meetings efficiently and just being excellent public servants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, anybody?
Yeah, I got just a quick, by next meeting, Charles, if you can, I'd like just a brief one-liner description on what each one of those services do. I know most of them, but like the new one, the Braveheart or whatever.
Save the Brave?
Save the Brave, I have no idea what they do.
Okay. No, that's a good point. I appreciate your input on that, and we'll definitely have a little synopsis. Thank you.
Can you go back to two slides back, please? I'll tell you to get. Yeah. Oh, stop. Okay. Towards the bottom where it says home administration carryover,
Is that a carryover from last year's funding allocations?
It's actually going to be a carryover from like the last 4 years. There's like a little bit, like $10,000 left, and we want to clean the books up and get rid of all that old funding. So it's an accumulation of the last 4 years.
That's fine. That's not my main question, though.
Sure.
My main question would be, is that $109,000, $110,000 there, is that allocation, can it be reallocated to the charities like, the Pathways or Robin's Nest? Or can you intermingle those funds?
No, not the home funds. The funds have a specific use related to the preservation and development of affordable housing opportunities. So it's unfortunate that the CDBG has that cap of 15% on the public services, so it limits how much money can go to the nonprofit organizations.
All right, so then, but you could take that $100,000 and reallocate it into capital housing, preservation projects, or the CHDO projects?
As long as it's home.
Yeah, as long as it's home. So you could take it out of administration and put it into capital housing and preservation projects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Charles. So CPAB, for my clarity, they're only responsible for allocating the $161,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, to the 7 of the 9 entities.
That is correct.
Okay. So on that note, there was 9. I know it's kind of an arduous submission process. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. So I saw that, so there was 9 entities that went through the process, right? Those were all shown, or were there other people that went through or entities that went through the process that didn't even make the 9?
Just the 9 submitted applications. They're the only one. I mean, granted, we reached out to, I think, 25, but only 9 submitted applications. For whatever reason, they don't need the funding and don't want to deal with the regulations of having federal funding. So that's up to them, but we only received the 9 applications.
Yeah, I spent a short period of time on CPAB a while back, just kind of reiterating some of these things. So of the 9, 7 got awards. Just curious, the 2 that didn't, any specific standout reasons, or just not enough money to go around?
Can we pull up slide number 8? I think it has all 9 of them listed. It might be helpful for everyone to be able to see it. Slide 8. So something more, not NAMI OC, are the 2 you're referring to, Councilman Kenny?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If I recall correctly from the deliberations on the funding, that NAMI OC and something more was more of a referral service, or it kind of like it was it didn't want to meet the standards that you guys were trying to really help people or something like that.
Yeah, and also we felt maybe there was some duplication of services with maybe something more in one of the other organizations. So
I appreciate that. My last question would be, you showed some other slides, home allocation, 791,000, and then an admin slide of 215,000. Were you just showing us those slides to give us a broader idea of governmental funds, or what was the purpose of those 2 slides?
It's just to show that we're spending what we think is every dollar we have available to us. And
okay, so where it said admin, $215,000, CPAB has nothing to do with that allocation?
No, that's just the 20% allocation of what we think the funding might be. Obviously, once we get the real number from HUD in the next month or 2, and maybe even before May 5th, we'll say, 20% of that. If it's less, it could be less than 215,000. If it's more, then we'll have more money to play with for the nonprofit organizations and some of the other capital improvements.
Okay, so you're just making an estimate that the administrative cost
Exactly.
for this is going to be $215,000. Should it be less, that deficit, the delta would be a positive for the 7 awardees. Is that what you're saying?
If it's
If it's
more.
less than the 215?
If it's, well, then that means that everybody kind of got cut. So the 7 awardees would also see a reduction.
Okay, if the administrative cost was less than 215?
Well, yeah, because the 215 is based upon the estimated allocation of 1.1 million.
Okay.
So the 215 represents 20% of that estimated allocation. So the 161 represents an estimate based on a maximum of 15% of that 1.1 million.
Okay, got it, okay.
Sorry about the
Yeah,
confusion.
no problem. And then the home allocations, I mean, if you add up the 791, the 215, the 161, that's the total pie of money.
For home.
Home allocations, there was a slide that said 791,802. Again, so you're just showing the 3 different buckets of money
Exactly.
that all tie together for the 1.1 million or whatever it adds up to, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So are we hoping if we want these entities to get more money, that the administrative costs were actually higher? Because if they're higher, then there's more money to give out?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
So if you were saying if the administrative costs were less than 215, then there would be less money for the 7 awardees.
Yeah, that means our overall allocation, we did not receive the 1.1 million.
Got it. So this is one time when we're hoping there's a bunch of additional administrative costs. There's, so get fat with the administrative costs and there's more money to give to the allocation.
No, I just took the 20%. That's all.
Okay.
That's all it is, a
All right.
straight number.
Okay, we're cool. Fair enough. Thank you.
Would we be able to go over maybe a breakdown of how we came to these funding recommendations on this slide? Just kind of working down. Is there a rationale to it, or?
I think on the surface, there's, some of them have been in the program, have proved themselves as CDBG subrecipients over the years. And maybe their requested funding was more. Some didn't request as much. I can't speak to, why certain ones received certain funding and others didn't. I can only surmise that there's been 6 organizations of the 7 that have been involved in this process for, beyond 7 or 8 years.
County and additional funding from the county and federal government.
What is that? You can speak. Yeah.
How you doing? Basically, what it comes down to is some of these organizations receive funds from the county.
Is your mic on?
Check, got me. Okay, a lot of these organizations receive additional funding from the county as well as federal. So when it came down to the delegation of the budget, we had to look at the complete picture. Which organizations are receiving additional funds in addition to what they're receiving from the city of Huntington Beach? And to make it fair across the board, everybody's not playing at the same level. There's certain organizations that are 3 years old, 5 years old. There's other organizations that they're 20 years old. And they have their stable funders that they get funding from every year. So to make it more equal across the board, that's how we came up with the delegation of the request.
So if I understand you correctly, essentially we're trying to level up maybe some of the newer businesses to kind of assist or breathe some wind into their sails, and then the ones that are more established, maybe they don't need as much, and then you also look at how much funding they're getting from other locations like federal, and if it looks like they're doing a lot more in that area, then they probably don't need quite as much from this allocation.
Exactly.
Am I understanding that?
It's about leveling the playing field.
I spent 8 years on CPAB, Citizen Participation Advisory Board, and that's what it is, advisory board. They interview all these, and then they come up with the sums and advise us what they feel from a Citizen Participation Advisory Board, what they feel, and we are able to change that if we see other reasons. It's just an advice from their experience of interviews and
Do they still come before you and do a full presentation? They provide a slide deck, from my recollection, and then the applicant comes before you and gives you a nice presentation, right?
Oh, yeah.
That is correct. Okay. I did appreciate that aspect of it. It was good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, now we're moving on to the public hearing, which is the appeal of Planning Commission action on conditional use permit number 22-011 and coastal development permit 22-009, the Huntington Club remodel and bungalows. Does anyone have any ex parte communications to declare on this item?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm going to be recusing myself. The applicants made a contribution
Okay.
to my campaign.
Yes.
Yeah, I have spoken to the applicant on a couple different occasions in the last 3-4 days.
I spoke to the lessee of the applicant, and then the applicant requested some extra time extension on his presentation. Anybody else? All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications for this item?
Yes, we do. For public hearing, item number 14, 26-22-1, PowerPoint presentation received from applicant pertaining to appeal of Planning Commission's action on conditional use permit number 22-011 and coastal development permit number 22-009, Huntington Club remodel and bungalows.
Perfect. Staff, please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Joanna Cortez, Principal Planner, will give the presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The project before you is located at 6501 Palm Avenue, north side of Palm, between Golden West and Sea Point. This project is for the Huntington Club, a private tennis and golf course that was approved and established in the late 60s. The general plan land use designation is OSR, known as Open Space Recreation, and the zoning designation is OSPR-CZO, Open Space Parks and Recreation, Coastal Zone, Oil Overlay. The project area is surrounded by residential uses, specifically single family, and then an open space recreation area across the street, Patson Park. The conditional use and coastal development permit represents a request to demolish an existing two-story, 6,231 square foot tennis clubhouse, 4 court areas, an existing pool and spa area, and redevelop the site with a new two-story, 12,046 square foot tennis clubhouse building at an overall height of 30 feet 8 inches, along with the new junior Olympic-sized pool and spa. The 7,837 square feet of ground floor area of the building includes a range of clubhouse amenities that include the fitness center and spa, a men's and women's locker room, a yoga pavilion, performance therapy, and a members lounge and pro shop. The project also includes associated landscaping, additional parking, and utility improvements. The project also includes 4 detached bungalows that'll range between 800 to about 1,800 square feet in size. On the second floor of the clubhouse, 2 loft units are proposed as well. Both the bungalows and the lofts will serve as short-term accommodations for club members and their guests. The request, as part of the request, 3 tennis courts will be removed. And right here you can see this image right here depicts the area and what portions will be affected by this request. So you can kind of see right here, this is the area, the project site area. Currently there are 13 tennis courts and 8 pickleball courts to accommodate the new development. 3 tennis courts will be removed, leaving a total of 10 tennis courts and 8 pickleball courts for the site. And before you is the proposed site plan that depicts the remodeled parking lot area, which lead to the detached bungalows that are right here towards the north side of the plan. And it also displays all the proposed landscaping and improvements that will connect with the existing use. And the following are renderings of the new structures. Right here we have the bungalows, which is the Spanish style, casita style that they're proposing for the detached bungalows. This is the clubhouse, so it's like more of a modern design. And the image right here at the bottom kind of shows how they'll all kind of function together. And the tennis clubhouse and bungalows are designed to convey a high level of quality and character, incorporating quality materials such as smooth plaster, board-formed concrete, metal accents, and standing seam metal and clay tile roofs. The materials all complement each other, as well as the existing golf clubhouse. The project was presented to the Planning Commission on January 27th. Earlier this year, it was approved with suggested findings and some modified conditions, specifically to limit the short-term accommodations to Huntington Club members only, and to have the applicant work with city staff to light up 6 existing unlit tennis court areas. So there's currently 6 existing tennis court areas that are unlit that are adjacent to residences, and so they were tasked as a condition to work with staff to help modify that. The project was appealed February 9th of this year by Douglas Scott Warren and Susan Ridgway and Cheryl Gates, members of the Huntington Club. And their appeal was based on the fact that the proposed land use, lodging for the bungalows and lofts, was not consistent with the open space zoning district. The Class 32 CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act exemption, does not apply for this proposed project, and that the Planning Commission relied on unsupported economic claims, and the Planning Commission decision is not supported by substantial evidence. The appellants prior to today's meetings have requested to continue this public hearing, and that is part of one of the attachments in your packet. Staff has reviewed, again, the project along in conjunction with the appeal and determined that the proposed development will continue the land use pattern of open space recreation use in the surrounding area. The new tennis clubhouse and pool will be updated and located in their existing areas, designed at a height that's consistent with the surrounding area. Additionally, the proposed project is consistent with the general plan and the Huntington Beach zoning and subdivision ordinance, and qualifies for an exemption under CEQA, specifically Section 15332 for infill development, because it's consistent with the general plan and zoning regulations. The project site is less than 5 acres, has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species, and would not result in significant impacts related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and can adequately be served by required utilities and public services. And that Class 32 justification is also one of your attachments that provides all those studies that substantiate that CEQA exemption. Per the zoning code, accessory uses within the OSPR zone must be incidental to the principal open space use. So accessory uses to conditionally permitted uses, such as what's being proposed before you today, such as the golf course, will require a conditional use permit to the Planning Commission, which is where it went originally. The primary use of the property will remain a private tennis and golf club, and the proposed bungalow and loft facilities will function as an amenity exclusively for club members as determined by the Planning Commission. Finally, the Planning Commission based their approval on public comments shared during the hearing or submitted in writing, staff reports and analysis of the proposed project, including code requirements, CEQA compliance, and applicable findings and conditions for the required entitlements. They did not rely on economic or financial benefits of the project. Therefore, the City Council may approve the project based on the following or take an alternative action. The following findings are that it's consistent with the site's general plan, land use, and zoning designations, compatible with surrounding uses. It allows for commercial recreation projects with unique and quality architecture, and the project is consistent with the city's certified local coastal program and will not impede public access or conflict with any public recreation policies. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions. The appellant and the applicant are both available. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. So before we open the public hearing, colleagues, do you have any questions of Joanna just on the report itself?
Just one point of clarification. So on the agenda under the recommended action, there's recommended actions A or B, and one of them is the Planning Commission action. I just want to make sure that that includes the modifiers that they had.
That's correct.
Okay.
I've got one real quick. You gave several reasons why to approve, and then said we can come up with alternative actions, such as you gave a lot to approve, but not alternative. And if I just kind of want to be transparent that we're really both ways, representing the community and the builder, not just the builder, or the applicant, I'm sorry, the applicant. So I'm just,
Yeah, so the alternative actions would be either to deny the project, deny the request, which would be essentially the city council cannot make the findings for approval. That's one. And the second would be to continue the action. So the city council essentially has three choices to either approve based on the planning commission's approval, deny the project based on the fact that they can't make the findings that were approved by the planning commission, or three, continue the item and direct staff for additional information.
Perfect.
Jennifer, when we had a pre-meeting, you and I, you were saying the CUP was in the mid-90s, the original CUP? Was that what it was?
For the clubhouse?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like in the late 80s.
Late 80s, okay. And what was that term you used? Because, you know, based on everything we've heard in my research, it fits the zoning, the CUP, and everything else. Was it an agreeable use, or what was that term you used?
An ancillary use?
Yeah, ancillary use. So this is kind of classified under the CUP as an ancillary use that fits inside the CUP. Is that correct?
Yes, so the primary use will continue to be a private tennis and golf club. A commercial recreation facility is what our zoning code would describe it as. And the proposed clubhouse remodel, or the new clubhouse, and the proposed lofts and bungalows would be ancillary to the primary use.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Sorry, one more.
Yeah.
Can you guys maybe spotlight the modifying conditions that the planning commission had come up with, just for the benefit of the public?
So they're right here. So they approved the proposed conditions that staff recommended and they added or clarified one of our conditions, that the short-term accommodation would be to Huntington Club members only. And then they added an additional condition because there were concerns from the club members that the tennis courts were being removed, and that these particular tennis courts that were being removed were lit up. And so let me bring them back out. These 6 that are right here that are closest to the residential currently are not lit up at night. And so they were tasked through this condition to work with staff to go through the process to have these courts get lit up.
Okay, great. And then maybe just a little bit of background of why members only, why it was a concern. That my understanding was it could just turn into sort of like a short-term rental, outsiders coming from who knows?
It was more of the condition was that it was for members only, and they wanted to specify it was for Huntington Club members, like no outside. If they were in partnership with another country club, that it wouldn't be open to them. It would only be limited to the Huntington Beach, Huntington Club members.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
And I watched that planning commission meeting. I thought that the property owner was very open to those modifications. And my recollection was they made those suggestions about the lighting, about the restriction, and he was more than willing to make that concession. That's what I saw.
Yeah, let me open the public hearing, and then we'll get to those questions. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak?
Yes, we have speakers.
Call them up, please.
All right. James Jensen, Cheryl Gates, Eddie Stokes, John Ridgway, Tom McDaniel, Jonathan Bailey, applicant, and Robert O'Hill, co-applicant. Cheryl Gates is the appellant.
Please proceed. And colleagues, we'll let the public speakers comment. We'll close the public hearing, and then we can ask questions of the applicant afterwards. First speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonathan Bailey, and I'm the project manager for the Huntington Club improvements. A lot of this is the same as what Joanna had in her presentation going over the project, so I'll be quick. This is our master site plan. So we have the new tennis pickleball clubhouse, the new pool complete with cabanas and a new spa jacuzzi. On the second floor of the new clubhouse building, we have 2 lofts, one 1-bedroom, one 3-bedroom. And then out in the foreground by the lake, we have the 4 detached bungalows. These are 2 1-bedrooms, one is a 2-bedroom, and one is a 3-bedroom. Next slide, please. This is our landscape plan. We are keeping some of the existing landscaping on site. We are also adding significantly more landscaping. And one improvement that's shown here that was not on the master site plan is right north of the pool is we are doing a 19th hole sort of beer and food garden that will have decomposed granite, olive trees, and decorative lighting. This is a breakdown of the club amenities today versus after the improvements. Today, there are 13 courts existing on site. After the improvements, there will be 10 courts existing on site for tennis. Pickleball courts will remain at 8 after the improvements. One of the tennis court number 5 has been converted to an event space for a few years now. This is used for wedding receptions, banquets, and the like. And with the improvements, that event space will be eliminated entirely. The event space has been a source of noise complaints for the nearby residences because of the events that are that take place on it. And so after the improvements, eliminating this event space will significantly better the noise issues for the residents. The existing clubhouse is 40 years old, very small, very inadequate, and the new clubhouse will be 8,000 square feet, which is much larger. It will include a club social area, which includes a members lounge and bar, a new pro shop, a new fitness center, a new men's and women's locker rooms, and a new performance therapy and spa area. The existing swimming pool is also 40 years old and very small and very inadequate, and this will be replaced with a junior Olympic-sized pool that will be used by families and swim teams. There's currently no food and beverage on site at the tennis property, but after the improvements, there will be the new beer and food garden, as well as the new club social area, which is the members lounge and bar. These are some renders of the bungalows. These are the 1 and 2 bed bungalows, Casa Palmero, Ojai, and Rancho Valencia. This is the large 3-bedroom bungalow named Mayakama. And our inspiration for this project was Augusta National and Burnham Wood Golf Clubs. You may be familiar, Augusta National is famous for their cabins, of which they have 10. And these are extremely exclusive and can only be rented by members of Augusta, for members, or guests of members. And Burnham Wood up in Montecito has something similar. They call theirs the cottages, and they have 18 of them. And our idea is that the bungalows and lofts at Huntington Club will be used for members, including out-of-area members, and for members visiting families and friends. These are pictures of the existing tennis and pickleball clubhouse and the existing pool. In contrast, this is an aerial rendering of the proposed new clubhouse and new pool. And then this is another angle of the same, the backside. And then this is a ground level view of the new clubhouse. And then this is a breakdown. It's hard to see on here, but essentially this is the first floor plan for the new clubhouse. So this shows the fitness center, which is roughly 3,000 square feet. It's broken up. Their part in the top left. Can you zoom? Okay. So starting in the top left is the first part of the fitness center. The reason the fitness center is broken up is one area is, the idea is to use that for more cardio, and then the other area is going to be more weight training focused. In between the two, we have a yoga lawn. The yoga lawn is enclosed with a board form concrete wall, but it is open air. Moving down, we have the members lounge and bar, which is the club social area. And this is kind of an indoor-outdoor space, is that there's sliders that will fall into the wall on either side. And then the back bar has a steel and glass sort of garage door that folds up. And so if you're on the terrace looking over center court watching your friends, you can go and get your food and drinks straight from the back bar. And then during the day, this area will also kind of be a lounge where you can get coffee, grab your laptop, and sit down. And I still have more time, right?
How much time did you give him already? That was already 5 minutes. Can you wrap it up? How much longer do you think you have?
Probably 2 more minutes.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yep.
And then moving to the right is we have the new spa and performance therapy area. This will be red light therapy, cryotherapy, things like that. Also simple massage tables. And then there's new men's and women's locker rooms complete with saunas and showers. This is a rendering you saw in Joanna's presentation of the project in a whole, or as a whole. And then, as Joanna said, we agreed to a condition at the Planning Commission hearing to light 6, or get approval to light 6 unlit tennis courts. And so this is a copy of the application. It was submitted February 9th. These are some pictures of the technology implemented at clubs in Southern California. This is the technology that we proposed in our application to light the unlit courts through JMC Lighting. That first picture was the Valley Hunt Club. This is the Newport Beach Tennis Club. And then this is Newport Beach Country Club. In terms of tennis court adequacy, with the 10 regulation tennis courts that will remain on site after the improvements, is that we would have a ratio of about 22.5 members per court, because currently the club has approximately 225 total members. Planning and facility studies indicate that clubs operate sustainably at significantly higher ratios than proposed, up to 60 members per court. So our ratio reflects a low intensity use and ample court availability. A comparable Southern California precedent is Los Angeles Tennis Club, which is one of the most historic, prestigious, and exclusive private tennis clubs in Southern California, and they operate on a 25 member per court basis. In summary, we ask that you deny the appeal because our project does comply with open space recreation zoning. It is CEQA exempt, and it will generate $500,000 or more of annual tax revenue to the city, as substantiated by the financial report that was furnished to the mayor. In addition, planning staff spent hundreds of hours to make unanimous finding and recommendation of approval. The plan is desired by the property owner Gulf Realty Fund. The plan is desired by the tenant and club management camaraderie clubs. And most importantly, this project will enhance and elevate the club and member experience at the Huntington Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Mayor McKeon, council members. So my name's Tom McDaniel. I've been a full golf and tennis member at the Huntington Club for 40 years, more than 40 years actually. My family's grown up on the club. Now my son and daughter and their families are all members. So there's 3 memberships running within the club. It's been an important part of our life, and I want it to continue to be an important part in the future. Certainly elements of this plan that raise serious concerns in my own mind. I'm here this evening along with members of the appellant group to offer a few focused perspectives on this project. And just for reference, I'm also a member of several other golf and tennis clubs and have participated in a number of capital improvement programs, projects designed to enhance club facilities and the member experience. I want to highlight at the beginning that we are all supporting improving the club. There's broad agreement that investment in the facilities is needed and welcomed. But the question before you tonight is not simply whether the improvements should occur, it's whether this particular proposal represents a use that is consistent with zoning and the appropriate approval under a conditional use permit, and whether the impacts of that use have been fully evaluated. This proposal introduces overnight accommodations, units intended for short-term stays, into a property designated for residential open space. That raises a fundamental question: is this still an accessory use to a private club, or is it something closer to a lodging use in practice? That distinction matters because zoning regulations treat recreational uses and transient lodging very different. By way of reference or experience, I've belonged to another club that had member guest bungalows included in the fabric of that club. They never could get the occupancy levels up. It just wasn't utilized by the members. Operating losses were continuing, and eventually the club sold those bungalows. In addition, this is a mammoth project, a huge project. It involves the removal of a significant portion of the club's tennis courts, along with demolition and reconstruction of core facilities, all within the center of the existing center complex. And it's the expectation from management that they're going to continue to operate the tennis courts during this construction phase. That is a monumental challenge that I think does require further review. With my remaining time, I want to focus on two key issues raised in our appeal. First, whether transient lodging is permitted within open space recreation zoning designations. And second, whether the project was properly approved under a Class 32 secret exemption, which requires consistency with zoning and the general plan. Because zoning consistency is central to the secret exemption, it is critical that this threshold question be clearly resolved. And because this project introduces a use that may increase intensity and changes how the facility operates, it's equally important that those impacts are fully evaluated. For that reason, we respectfully ask the council to take a careful and close look at the Planning Commission's approval and assumptions underlying that support it. You'll now hear from other members to talk about certain aspects of the project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor McKean and council members. It's nice to be here tonight. My name is Cheryl Gates, and I'm a member at the Huntington Club and a resident of Huntington Beach for close to 30 plus years. I'd like to speak to the financial assumptions that were just shared with you and also shared in the Planning Commission. I was happy to see, Councilman Kennedy, that you looked at that you watched the Planning Commission about the, we heard that the proposal is expected to generate approximately $500,000 in annual tax revenue for the city. At a 10, just backing into that at a 10% tax rate, that implies roughly $5 million in annual lodging revenue for 6 units. Okay, so I would encourage you to do some math, just some basic math to look into kind of where you get to that number. That matters because it indicates that it's not simply a minor accessory amenity. It reflects a highly intensive use. Being introduced into a property that's zoned for recreation and open space. And with that comes some risk. The financial success of this model depends on, as Tom just alluded to, consistent occupancy, premium pricing, and expanded use of the facilities that were described. If those assumptions don't hold true, the project may create pressure to increase usage, broaden access, or adjust operations in ways that are not fully contemplated at the time of this approval. At the same time, if the economics do succeed, and we go down a different path, it raises a different concern, that this project begins to function more like a lodging operation, rather than a traditional private club amenity. So in both directions, whether they fall short, the projections fall short, or whether they exceed, there's a meaningful uncertainty here about how this will operate over time under an alternative use to the open space and recreation. What's also important is that we have not seen any detailed financial projections, any sensitivity analysis, or contingency planning related to this project that would allow the council or the community to fully understand how resilient this plan is. And the change of the use of this space under different conditions. And once this is approved and built, the dynamics are difficult to reverse. This is why getting the use and scope right at the onset is so important to us. We all want the club to succeed, and we want it to improve. But this proposal introduces a business endeavor with real financial and operational implications, and they deserve careful consideration. Ultimately, the financial model determines an intensity of use, which is precisely why a conditional use permit and the proper secret review are so important in this case. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Eddie Stokes, who's behind me, who's going to speak more specifically about the construction impacts and what this project means on the ground day to day. Thank you very much for your time, and I love your suit.
Thank you. Oh, this? Oh.
Said nobody ever.
A resident leprechaun. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eddie Stokes. I'm a member of the Huntington Club, also a longtime athlete and a former professional beach volleyball player on the AVP Beach Volleyball Tour. A big part of how I was able to reach such a high level is very simple. I had access to places to play. I had Consistent open access to facilities is what allows athletes to develop. Today, I'm seeing the same path in my own family. My daughters are both freshmen at the Huntington Beach High School, playing on the varsity level sports, which is quite impressive. And like many families in this community, we rely on open access to quality recreational facilities like the Huntington Club. But I'm also here for a different perspective. I'm the founder and CEO of a residential construction and development company. I've spent years building large-scale projects, including subdivisions and homes. I've directed and experienced with how construction sites operate, how long they take, how they impact access, and how disruptive it can affect people around them. Following Cheryl's comments on the financial model and intensity of use, I want to focus on what this project means in particular terms, how it will actually be built, and what it means for access during the process. This is not a small renovation. It's a major demolishment, a major demolition and reconstruction project, as you see, directly through the center of the club. Based on the plans, this involves removing courts. Obviously, you saw that the 3 courts will be removed, and demolishing the clubhouse and the pool, and rebuilding the facility over what is likely an extended period of time, 18 plus months or more. From a constructive standpoint, this kind of work brings ongoing disruption, reduces access, safety considerations, and the reality that the timeline often extends beyond the normal expectations. What's important is to see here is that there is no clear plan on how the club will operate during the time. That's what's important. Yeah. I will turn this over now to John Ridgway.
Thank you.
Cool. Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I have to take my glasses off to read, to see my friends who go to dinner. My name is John Ridgway. I'm a SoCal native, 38-year resident of Huntington Beach, and nearly a 25 member of Seacliff Country Club and also the Huntington Club as well. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the functions of day-to-day basis and why that matters in evaluating this project. For many members, the club operates on a consistent and coordinated pattern of use. Courts are used regularly and predictably. Organized tennis activities like USTA leagues rely on multiple courts being available at the same time, and members plan their use of the facility around that consistency. The structure isn't accidental. It's what allows the club to function effectively for many users. This isn't about resisting change or protecting personal preferences. It's about recognizing that the club today operates as a coordinated recreational facility with predictable access and shared use. What's been proposed introduces a different model, one with increased intensity of the use of new demands simply underlying facilities, and that has practical consequences. Recreational activity becomes less predictable, coordinated activity becomes harder to schedule, and the way the club function begins to shift. Even the physical layout contributes to that. For example, pickleball often involves players rotating between courts during organized play. Separating those courts with the roadway introduces operational friction that changes how that activity flows. And beyond regular play, the club supports long-standing fundraising community events like Servada for the Troops, which depend on consistent, coordinated access to the club. Taken together, these are not just changes in preference, they are changes in how the club is used, and that distinction matters. Because of a shift in use and increase in intensity, it's my understanding this is why the conditional use permit is intended to evaluate and why CEQA review is meant to fully analyze. We all support improving the club, but improvements should be made aligned with how those clubs function, not fundamentally change the function without careful review. Thank you for your time. I'd like to turn it over to Lisa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Wellman. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you today. I just want to start off by asking respectfully for your continuance of this motion in front of you based on our previous speakers. You've heard from several members who've addressed different aspects of this proposal, among them the financial assumptions. I was at the city planning meeting, and there were several questions at the end about, let's see actual factual documents, and so far, I think that we're still a little fuzzy on the financial assumptions and the financial windfall for the city. There's construction impacts and impacts on the community using the space, and taken as a whole, these perspectives all illustrate one thing, that this is a meaningful, major shift in land use and operational intensity, and not just a facility improvement. Everyone is for facility improvement. The bungalows are a major shift in land use here, and they are not in compliance with CUP or CEQA. There is meaningful uncertainty in this proposal. So tonight I ask you respectfully for a continuance. During the initial planning commission meeting, and on several occasions, the project manager, Mr. Bailey, and the landowner, Mr. O'Hill, have said that the vision for the Huntington Club is based on Augusta. It's based on Montecito, both beautiful, wealthy areas, both comprising over 600 acres for their projects, both over 125 years old. I want to ask you as a council, because I know that this is something that's near and dear to your heart, because I follow the city council. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I see the good work that you've done. What's our vision? Why do we have zoning laws? Why do we pay attention to these very meaningful CEQA initiatives? Why do we pay attention to these things? Because zoning in a community matters. The impact of families with guests, guests with families, taking away more recreational space will make a difference in the recreational facility use of this project. It will impact all the members and residents. One thing that they are not growing in Huntington Beach or building in Huntington Beach is open land, which is why we as a community look to you for guidance and leadership to pay attention to our zoning laws. Recreational space for 200,000 residents of this community is important. It does matter. In a quick internet search, I can tell you that there are exactly 10 courts, 4 at Edison, 4 at Murdy, 2 at Labard, 10 public use tennis courts, which is why we all pay additional fees every month so we can play tennis. Most of our tennis courts are being turned into pickleball courts at places like Worthy Park. Can I have one more minute?
Sure.
And Golden West College. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the nation, and it, like tennis, requires court space. Recreational facilities matter to a community. If we begin to rezone our recreational communities, then where's the vision for residents who rely on zoning, who rely on green space that they can use for activities? Zoning is critical, and using the metric of fill-in for these should be examined more thoroughly, which is why we're asking for a continuance. It raises important questions about use, intensity, and how the property will function over time, including how evolving rules and operational details will ultimately shape how the facility is used. Mr. Burns, at the opening of this meeting, asked a question about compromise. I have 3 compromises in mind that I would be happy to share when time permits. At the same time, we have had discussions with the applicant, and there remains, we hope, a meaningful opportunity to address some of these concerns constructively. They say that compromise is the best path forward. And where there's disagreement, resolution is always found in the middle. And I know as a council, you've been held over the fire over vision from other sources, and I know that this is not the best match for Huntington Beach. So we are asking again, respectfully, for a continuance.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is James Jensen. I'm a newly minted U.S. citizen, so I'm very proud of the fact that I can participate in this today with all of you. I'm also a member at the Huntington Club. I'll speak first as a member. I think we've heard from everyone so far, and they've said that they appreciate and they approve of a lot of this project, a lot of this proposal. These are much needed improvements that I think the membership appreciates, they ask for, they want. They're finally excited that somebody's going to deliver on this. When we get to this bungalow project, I think if you took a poll of the members, you would find that an overwhelming majority disapprove of the bungalows. The tennis improvements, 100%. The bungalows, no. Removing 3 tennis courts. Now I'll speak as a homeowner off the back of Court 11, if you were to bring that up again. I live right up against one of those 6 courts that's proposed to get illuminated. I was at the City Planning Commission as well. I didn't realize this until you guys brought it up, but there's a conditional land use permit on the tennis facilities that prohibit in perpetuity courts 11 through 16 from being lit. And now we're looking to change that. If that is true, I live right up against Court 11. Guess what? Court 11 and 12 have been fully illuminated and lit for 2.5 years. So there's already a problem there. If you light those courts, and that's what's being proposed as a concession for removing 3 courts, and you light those back courts, I believe there's 8 or 9 properties that border directly up against those. And if the spillover of light pollution, the way it's affecting my family at my house, if that continues all the way down and around the corner to those eight people, you have an entire community there that is going to consider that light pollution somewhat of a health hazard, like I do. I deal with it every night. It's on until 9 o'clock. It's in my bedroom. You know, I have to plan my life around those lights being on, which sometimes they don't turn off. So, I mean, that's a fault of the Huntington Club. That's separate of what they're doing. But some nights those lights just don't turn off, and I'm stuck looking at lights till 2 o'clock in the morning. So, anyways, my concern being with the lights, I'm all for the tennis improvement. You know, being a homeowner directly behind those courts, that's my concern. That's what I want to voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, happy St. Patrick's Day. A quarter of a century ago, I was lucky enough to acquire Seacliff Country Club, 160 acres in the city of Huntington Beach. It wasn't until about 4 years ago that I was able to replace the existing tenant, American Golf, with a new tenant, a hero from Huntington Beach. Travis Matthew after being the head pro at Seacliff Country Club. And he was very anxious to be the tenant at Seacliff. We went through a new lease, all the improvements that he was required to do, and he's lived up to the improvements on the golf clubhouse, approximately $9 million. Well, actually, $3 million is for the golf course. $6 million has been spent on the golf clubhouse. Now it's our turn for the tennis club. If you don't improve, you deteriorate. So these improvements are really important for the members, for the city, for guests of the members, and for our tenant to be successful. Clubs have become more family-oriented. The pool is very important. The Huntington Club will have a swim team, the OC swim team, that competes against Big Canyon and Marbella and Emerald Bay Wahoos and Newport Beach Country Club Seahorses. We're working on names that those teams might be called. So that part is important. It's all, one of my favorite parts is what's coming in the Wellness Center. All of the performance therapy things that are so interesting and new allow people to live healthier and longer lives. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment. On our side of the ledger, we're spending $16 million in improvements and about another $4 million that our tenant has to spend on equipment techno gym equipment, et cetera. So about $19 million or so. So we're trying to do our part. We're trying to be good stewards. We believe that it's the right thing, and we hope that you will support the Planning Commission or adopt the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of this very worthwhile project. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for speakers? Brian? You look anxious.
Hello again, Brian Thenis, 40-year resident, planning commissioner. You know, like I said before, we try to do our homework, and in this case, I thought, wow, how can you put a bungalow on a golf course? And I did a little research, and of course, in our open space designation, we have, it allows for accessory structures. And when you go into the definition of accessory structures in the code 204.14, structures that are incidental to the principal permitted use, that's what these are, or structure on a site and are customary found on the same site, just like other golf courses have bungalows. But more importantly, it says, and accessory dwelling units. So those are all examples of accessory structures that are allowed in the open space designation. I couldn't find any CEQA exemption. I always have my staff check that. From what we could tell, it was definitely categorically exempt just because of the size. And since it's being used for the members are already there. They're just not going home, staying at the club, or, you know, it's not going to add traffic. So we couldn't find any way that we could justify any significant impact. And then the applicant did mention this $500,000 tax revenue, but any of the commissioners, including myself, that addressed that tax benefit to the city, you know, we definitely disputed that. I'm pretty sure we can confidently say we disregarded that comment because there was no support given for that. So I believe the approval, unfortunately, for the neighbors or the members who wanted the tennis courts, we just couldn't find any pathway of our authority to say, well, they can't take out the tennis courts. So anyway, I believe everything was appropriate. It was within our code, and it was compliant with CEQA, and we did disregard the comment about the tax benefits. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Open up for discussion if my colleagues will indulge me. I just have a couple questions. First, I want to thank the applicant for the presentation. It's a beautiful plan. I want to thank the appellant. I know it's not an easy process. I've done it myself in my private business, so I appreciate the work you guys took to appeal it, and obviously the costs associated with that, and then obviously sharing your heartfelt concerns. If the applicant can come up, I just had a couple questions I think is important to kind of set the baseline for where I believe this conversation will go. Thank you, guys. So I too watched the Planning Commission meeting, and I believe from my takeaway and then subsequent questions myself in my research, I believe there was assertions made there that I'm trying to understand. So just to set the table, as Mr. Hill said, you guys own the entire land, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you lease to the Huntington Club to operate the entire property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is there a contractual agreement in place to operate the bungalows with your tenant?
No.
Okay. So the Planning Commission, one of their conditions was to limit short-term accommodations to the Huntington Club members only. How can you guys make that assertion when you don't have an operating agreement with your tenant?
Let me try and expand on the no that I gave you for the agreement. So we have reached out, and the people that are, I guess, afraid of change have reached out to us. And they asked for certain things that we didn't have a problem with because it improved the club. The tennis lighting, for example, is about $300,000. We thought that state-of-the-art lighting would be fantastic. Not only do we have to light 7 more courts, but we have to light 3 that are already lighted so that all the lighting is the same. They asked for resurfacing of the tennis courts. We checked with Sean L. Dolly, and he agreed that they needed to be resurfaced. In our lease with our tenant, we have the right to insist that they improve things to the highest first-class quality. So we agreed to that. And then they came back. I gave them a written guarantee, asked them to do certain things as a quid pro quo. They basically came back with an agreement asking for more and more and more. So we have terminated negotiations. We will
with your tenant.
Pardon?
With your tenant, you mean?
No, he's talking about the appellants. Mayor, to answer your question,
Yes.
is that our tenant is contractually obligated to cooperate with any management company that we bring in to operate the bungalows and lofts.
Okay, I spoke with your tenant, and that wasn't what I was told. So, but you guys, so what you're saying is, as part of your lease with your tenant, they're obligated to operate these bungalows?
No, we have an agreement to master plan that goes along with the lease. And in the agreement to master plan, they're obligated, if they're not the ones that are operating the bungalows and lofts, they're obligated to cooperate with the management company or whoever is operating the bungalows and lofts. So that would include sharing of information. So for instance, when we talk about only members can rent the bungalows, is that sharing of information would include a membership list with membership numbers so that the management company is able to verify that an appropriate person is making a reservation for a bungalow.
I want to correct the public record. Members and guests of members.
Okay. I guess my concern is I feel like a conflict exists, and a conflict will arise in the future should you guys receive our discretionary entitlement, build these bungalows, not have someone to operate it. I haven't seen your lease, of course, so I'm going off what you said. I've talked to your tenant, and he says that's not the case. So there's a conflict there. I think about logistics of if your tenant who's operating the entire facility is not going to operate them, then how do you do laundry? Where do you get your food and beverage from? How do you essentially manage these bungalows? Maid service, all those things. So I feel like a conflict exists. I work in commercial real estate. I don't go forward on a project for entitlements unless I have my lease done with my future tenant. I feel like this is inverted where you guys are looking for entitlements, but you don't have a contractual agreement with your tenant to operate it. So I think it's premature, in my opinion. I think from what I've been able to ascertain, like Mr. Jenner had said, everyone loves the project, loves you guys are putting money in. It seems just to be a conflict with the bungalows. The financial numbers you guys put forward, I asked to put it on the agenda. I understand you guys did not want to do that. I think that would be helpful if you guys could walk through those numbers. But for me, this conflict exists that I just don't want to approve tonight and then have it come back at the end, and then we don't, again, with the unlit tennis courts, I mean, that's a condition planning commission put on it, but who's going to pay for that? You guys or your tenant, or you know what I mean? Like, how would that work? Would you guys pay for those, like the conditions that are put on? Are you guys going to pay for the tennis courts, even though that's not part of your?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what he's asking.
He's asking if we are successful getting courts 11 through 16 approved to be lit, who pays for the lighting?
So Travis, who's our tenant on the golf side,
right,
is our licensee on the tennis side. So he's required to maintain and operate the tennis club, the fitness club, and the bungalows if we ask him to. There's only 4 bungalows. I'm not sure he's the right guy to do the bungalows. But of course, there needs to be cooperation. They do 50 weddings a year and 100 other events. So somebody who's having a wedding, the wedding party might like to stay there. So there's going to be coordination with who's ever running the bungalows with the management of the golf club who's putting on the events. So I'm not sure that Travis is the right person to do that. We have other people that are more experienced maybe in operating bungalows, but there's only 4 of them. This is 4 bungalows and 2 lofts.
Or 6, right? Okay, 2 lofts. Yeah. Well, I mean, do you guys have an aversion to, the appellant asked to continue. Do you guys have an aversion to continuing it, working with the appellant, and then also getting an operating agreement for the bungalows and come back just to give, I guess, peace of mind that we don't give you guys these discretionary entitlements just with this unknown kind of cloud hanging over? I just feel there's a lot of machinations and logistics that I don't feel good about. And have you guys thought about that? Would you guys be averse to doing that?
Yes, we would be averse to a continuance. With all due respect, is that we believe that that would be putting the cart before the horse to go ahead, because it's going to be a very long process. I mean, at least 6 months, probably to the end of the year, assuming we were to receive the entitlements today, to go have the conversation with our tenant, give them a sort of first right refusal to operate the bungalows and lofts, and then go and vet, because there's a plethora of management companies that can operate 4 bungalows and 2 lofts. That's not an issue. There's going to be plenty of suitors, but to be able to thoroughly vet them and pick the absolute best person or best team to manage those, is that we're not going to, be able to do that in 30 days or something like that. That's going to be a very long process. And then, as you said, end up drafting that operating agreement and coming to, a mutually satisfying agreement.
Okay.
If I could
Yeah,
jump
go ahead.
in, if I could jump in real quick, I understand what he's saying, but to your point, with the agreement to the master plan and the confines, if you will, the restrictions of the management expectation, that's going to be written into the future manager. You will have to comply with the conditions. Members and family, or members and guests of members, right? That was number 1. And what was your other concern, Casey?
Well, I'm just looking at the planning commission's condition. Yeah, so the limit short-term accommodations of HC members, Huntington Club members only, or guests, and then work with staff to light the 6 existing unlit tennis courts, which again pierces into their tenant or licensee's realm. And also they cannot do it based on Joanna, right, and current code, or I guess their previous entitlements doesn't allow them to light those tennis courts anyway, so they'd have to go through and create a whole new entitlement process to light those.
Correct.
Okay, so now it's another unknown where they'd have to actually go through and get a new entitlement to light those tennis courts because they're currently not allowed to do so. So that was another condition the planning commission put on that can't be delivered.
Okay, so to this gentleman, so what's your name again, sir?
Jonathan.
Yeah, to Jonathan's point, number 1, they're striving to get, an affirmation tonight. Then they're going to go out and line up their manager for the bungalows. Simultaneously, I would imagine you're going to be applying for the ability to light the additional 6 courts, all simultaneously. Is that fair so far?
Yes.
Okay. So what would happen if you lined up your management team using the agreement to the master plan, and there was not an issue with making sure the shared information restricted the guests to members and guests of the members, so you've covered that base, but for whatever reason, you're not able to get the lighting of the courts? Where do we go from there?
I'm
Yeah,
not.
and what would be the process for them to get the approval for the lighting of the courts?
They've already submitted an application. It's an entitlement plan amendment to the original entitlement that put the condition that they can't have the lit tennis courts. So they applied for that sometime last month.
February 9th.
They'll go through a process. It'll include a public hearing and public notice, and they'll either get approved or denied. That's why
By what body? Planning or us?
I'm not
Or
sure.
Bill,
The Planning
EDC?
Commission.
Okay.
So, and I believe that's why during the Planning Commission meeting, they wrote the condition the way it was. Initially, the Planning Commission was going to write a condition that required them to light the tennis courts. But because they had to go back through a public hearing process, the max that the condition could say was that they would work with staff to go through the process of lighting the tennis courts, knowing that the Planning Commission couldn't make that decision without going through the public hearing process to amend that original entitlement.
If I could just jump in too, I mean, I imagine that if the Planning Commission put a modifier in terms of how they would like things to be lit, they're trying to give a a recipe for that. I suppose that if it came back before them in terms of whether or not it could be lit, I mean, it's already kind of baked into their modification, right?
Yes, I think part of the analysis when that future entitlement goes forward, we'll be looking at how the lighting impacts the adjacent neighbors. So Jonathan talked about they're working with a lighting consultant to make sure that the proposal that moves forward will satisfy whatever concerns the Planning Commission may have at that future public hearing.
And it was a particular type of lighting that it basically stops it from spilling out? I mean, we saw that on the
Well, we have codes that, so our current zoning code and municipal code requires that any lighting cannot spill onto adjacent properties. So they have to satisfy that they can comply with that code section.
One of the gentlemen who spoke, the newly minted U.S. citizen, he mentioned that the light is already an issue for them, and that the original CUP, in regards to the illumination, that CUP did not allow for lit courts. I think it was 11 and 12. Can you comment on that?
You talking about the tennis courts? I'm sorry, I didn't
Talking
quite-
about the tennis courts, courts number 11 and 12, one of the residents mentioned that they're already lit, although the original CUP did not allow for that lighting, and it's an issue for him right now.
Sorry, I don't know. Jonathan knows.
So to my understanding is that our tenant has put up some sort of strip light LEDs. They're not like actual pole tennis lights, but a bootleg version, if you will. And these are I don't think the members enjoy playing on them. They don't like the court very well. And then according to the neighbor, they're still a nuisance. This is not what we have in mind. That's not what we propose in our project or in the application submitted on February 9th to light the 6 unlit tennis courts. What we're proposing in that application is that there's this technology that's proprietary to this lighting consultant, JMC Lighting. It's an extremely directional light. It is on a traditional tennis light pole. And then, but like I said, more directional. Also, right now, the lights are 22 feet at the club. We would lower those to 20, which would not make an impact to the playing, but it would eliminate any light pollution or help eliminate any light pollution. And then on top of that is we're also proposing these blackout blankets that are going to go along the fence, specifically the fence that borders the neighbors' residences and the courts. And then these blackout blankets completely eliminate any light coming through, and they go the entire length of the fence, which is 12 feet.
No, and I appreciate all the detail on that. I mean, that sounds like a good solution. I guess my question, though, to the city or planning would be, were they allowed to do that to begin with?
No, so the condition right now says that the 6
It
tennis
says that
courts
the 6 can't have any artificial lighting. So in essence, by the time it gets dark, there's no playing anymore. So the purpose of the EPA or the Entitlement Plan Amendment is to analyze and see if newer technologies can help create a situation where, as Jonathan presented, all the lighting is now focused on the tennis courts and not impacting nearby residents.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I guess what I'm asking is, courts 11 and 12 are lit right now.
They would have been violating
Are they in
the
violation?
existing CUP, yes.
That's in violation.
I understand that they've removed those lights. Am I right or wrong?
Right. We'll fix the 11 and 12.
To be honest, I don't know if they've been removed or not. You may know better than me if they've been removed. But I had heard about, I didn't hear about Court 12, but I had heard at one point they tried LED strip lighting on Court 11.
Currently, what are the hours of those things? How late can they play?
9 p.m., right? 10.
Well, that can be altered, can't it? I mean, that seems like an easy fix, that move all play down. 'Cause I can't believe people are playing that late on those, need to be using those courts.
That was something that we also included in our application, like courts 11 through 16, is that they would shut off at 8:30. And then I actually had a couple conversations with Mr. Jensen leading up to and after submitting the application, because someone at the club put me in contact with him, since he lives right behind Core 11 and has the narrowest setback, is that in theory he would be the one most affected. And I shared with him the lighting consultant and asked him for ideas that he would like to see implemented that would, get him comfortable with lights being put on those courts. And he gave me the idea of, one, automatic shutoffs at an early time, so 8:30. But on top of that is, put them on, so timers, But then on top of that is that you have actual on-off switches, which right now don't exist. So for instance, is that even if it's raining and no one's playing on the courts, right now the lights will still be on. Versus what we can do with these new lights is actually be able to shut them off entirely. So if the courts are not being used for whatever reason, or there's inclement weather or something like that, there won't be any light at all.
I just think it's important to mention that currently, though, the courts that are lit, that is a violation of the existing CUP. Because we're talking about what we're going to do, and we keep ignoring the fact that those courts shouldn't even be lit to begin with.
If they're lit right now, yes. I'm not sure if they are.
But see, Andrew, that's my, again, concern is like, these are all questions for the tenant or the group that's operating the facility, and they're not here. Like, these are questions that they should be answering. And I feel like they should be involved in this project, but they're not. So to me, this is abnormal.
Mr. Jensen, is that our new American citizen? Were the lights on last night?
They're on right now. You want to go over there?
Well, I'd go.
Yeah, let's all head over there.
Yeah, I know everybody's been talking up here. I've been a member, and I know a lot of you guys out there. Hi, Tommy. And I've been a member there for 30 years. And been a resident of Huntington Beach for 62 years. Played high school golf at Seacliff Country Club before there was any houses. I mean, basically any houses in the interior of the golf course. There was some going down the number 7 hole. Well, wait a minute, number 8. But anyway, it's changed a lot. I got to say that when I first talked to Jonathan about the project many months ago, and I saw some renderings, I was really excited, and I want to give credit where credit's due, and I want to give credit to the O'Hill Company for stepping up and wanting to spend, many millions of dollars, upgrading the club and giving it a facelift, because in my 30 years there, not a thing's been done. We painted it, maybe put a new roof on, put a couple new skylights in, got some new furniture, and then when Camaraderie took over in May of 2021, that's when Travis Brasher came in, and I've been a friend of Travis Brasher's for over 30 years. We one time, after a particularly bad round of golf, we decided we wanted to go play tennis, and in 15 minutes we pulled about 7 muscles each, and we decided that golf was probably a better sport for us. So again, I'm excited about the project. I look at it. It is definitely a huge upgrade. I've talked to a lot of I've talked to the applicant a lot. I've talked to all the people that are against it. I know the plan really well. Today, I know that there's been something brought up about the little road or the little crosswalk that's going to go between the 2 courts, and a couple people wrote me emails and said it's dangerous. Kids will be crossing the street. I went up to Fire this morning and talked to them about speed bumps. Speed bumps aren't allowed in Huntington Beach anymore, but we put our heads together and came up with maybe a potential plan that hopefully you guys will consider, because it would mean a lot to me. As I work my way through how I want to vote for this, maybe a raised little road, raise a little, up the grade a little bit, so cars aren't going to go ripping through there. Now, I don't think cars are going to go ripping through there, because a sliding gate's going to open up. They got about 100 yards. They're not going to pick up very much speed. So I'm not really worried about that, but that would be something that I would want to condition my approval on, that you would figure out something. So, when you're crossing the street between the courts, kids are not going to get hit by cars. Make sure that you slow down the traffic going to the 4 bungalows that road will service. I wasn't happy to hear, and all due respect, Mr. O'Hill, that's how what everybody calls it at the club forever, Mr. Rowe or Mr. Hill. I was a little discouraged that it sounded like you were putting the refurbishing of the tennis courts onto Camaraderie Golf. I was kind of under the impression you guys were going to upgrade all tennis courts. You're going to take out 3 tennis courts, and you're going to upgrade the other ones, level them, seal them, paint them, make them, championship courts. I don't think Travis was even expecting that. I didn't text him or anything, but and then Mayor McKeon brought up the operating agreement. I was told that Camaraderie will have right of first refusal on that. In my talking with, Travis and the GM over there and other people I talked to, they're kind of hoping that they get to do that. But I've heard from both Mr. Hill and Jonathan that you have, third party that are going to be better than Camaraderie, but I was told that Camaraderie would have right of first refusal. They're obviously concerned with the loss of 3 tennis courts over there that, in the day, when I've been a member of the tennis pool, fitness, golf, since 1997. And I know that tennis membership is way down. I know there's some reasons for that, but tennis membership is way down, and he feels, and I'm just saying, what I've heard from him is he feels like if he's losing 2-3 tennis courts, he's going to lose more members, which means he's going to lose more revenue, both in tennis dues, food and beverage, all that type of stuff. So he's I know they're really hoping to make a deal with you guys to manage the bungalows, but it kind of sounds to me like you guys can take it or leave it with them, and I have a problem with that. I don't want to say it's a city council problem, but I have a personal problem with that, just because you're going to take 3 tennis courts away from them. I think it's incumbent upon you guys to enter into good faith negotiations with them about the refurbishment of the tennis courts and also the management of the bungalows. I love the project. I think I want to say that in 30 years, there's really not been much done to that club, and I think any improvements to it, and especially improvements that are as beautiful as this one, because I think it's going to bleed over to golf, the golf side too, eventually. I like it. I like the project. I like the pool. I like the idea of having a swim team there. I like the beer garden. I like the new gym, the spa, everything. It looks really and court, center court. It's going to be really cool to be watching, tennis from up there on the, on the second floor of the new clubhouse. There's just a lot of things to like about it. I understand all the appellants or the opponents. I understand their issues with it though, and but I do think there's better lighting technology now. I know I've talked to Jonathan a little bit about that. It can't go into Mr. Jensen's backyard. It can't go into anybody's backyard. And I know there's good downlights now, and I think you guys will be able to pull this off. But there's just some things that just need to be ironed out. And I can't say that I'm ready to vote on it tonight. I really want to see these things. I really want to see these things, ironed out, both with Camaraderie, in terms of the refurbishing of the tennis courts. I was told that maybe you guys would do new fencing, make the fencing look better, probably more sound attenuation, for the pickleball guys, because the pickleball paddles make a lot of noise. I want the project. I want to drive in there and see that beautiful new clubhouse there. I really don't have any problems with the bungalows. I'm maybe like our planning commissioner, Brian Thenis. I don't think it's going to bring $500,000 to the city, unless I think we did some math one night, and you'd have to rent those places, all 6 places out for $1,000 a night, 365 days a year for it to bring $500,000 to the city. So I'm not worried about that. It's going to bring something to the city. It's going to bring some significant TOTs, taxes to the city, and that's a good thing. I'm not going to argue about how much is it going to be 100,000, going to be a 500,000, because whatever it does, it's going to be more than what we get from there right now. And I think about, the member guests. Members have their guests. I think there's going to be lots of times where you filled up all the units. I think there's going to be a huge demand for them certain times a year. How you're going to fill them up the other times when there's not a member guest or a member or different golf tournaments, I don't know exactly how it's going to be marketed, but I'll go back and say, I think there's just some more things to be ironed out. And I mean, you can convince me right now. You can tell me, okay, I'm going to, we're going to go back and we're going to call Travis in and we're going to sit down and we're going to talk to him and we're going to, figure this thing out on the tennis courts and the management of the bungalows. I'd be good. So that's it.
May I address your concern?
Sure.
Regarding Travis? Thank you.
Yeah.
Travis operates the golf club and the restaurant. He operates the tennis club. He's going to operate the fitness center and the wellness center. We're talking about only the bungalows. So Travis is also our tenant at Spanish Hills. He doesn't want to operate the bungalows. So I imagine that his position is going to be the same, that he really doesn't have an interest in operating the bungalows. So if he does, we'd love to have him. If he doesn't, we'll get somebody who is a specialist, and they will coordinate with Travis's manager to make sure that the guests of people that are having weddings, the member guest tournament, the out-of-state, and the other events have, of course, a place to stay. We want to see those bungalows rented. So if we can make a deal with Travis, that's fine, but I don't think that's where his passion lies.
Might be right.
Pat?
Sir, there's been a couple assertions that you have stated that you bring in nearly $500,000 a year on sales and other revenues to the city with that. Do you stand by that now, after some of these people have done some of the figures and things?
So I furnished the report that was done by RCLCO to the mayor. He asked for it, I think, after our planning commission hearing. And the number, it's 479,000,
Yeah.
but it comes from, so it's a combination of sales tax, use taxes, property taxes. There's all these different categories, and it's summarized on one page, and then there's backup sheets in the rest of the Excel document. And where we come up with 500,000 is 479. So I apologize for rounding up if
No, that's all right.
But also is that the idea is that obviously with inflation, everything is going to keep. These bungalows are not. We're not just looking at a snapshot in time of 1 year, but consistent annual revenue to the city. So at least 3.5%. By the room rates going up, price of goods going up, so then sales tax increases, things like that, is that revenue will continue growing and won't be stagnant.
General feeling is that's a pretty optimistic revenue goal. And what I'm concerned is a lot of people come here and BS us, and shine the golden light, and I'll tell you, I don't like being BS'd or lied to or misled. And you guys, that's a pretty strong commitment or assertion saying that you guys are going to bring in that kind of revenue on this deal. And would you guys be willing to guarantee?
We're not trying to BS you. That's not the goal. Is that we've used RCLCO for other jobs in the past as well for financial analyses. And so we had them do the report, and that was their math. And I mean, maybe that the assumptions of how often the bungalows are rented and things like that, could be high. But they are trained to do these sort of analyses.
Would you look at those numbers again and maybe consider a guarantee then? Since the numbers, if you feel solid about them, to guarantee those kind of numbers to us, the city?
One thing I'd like to point out, Pat, and I appreciate exactly where you're going. Let me give you a little context. As a planning commissioner, I was an adversary to the economic development community, or what's the title? I call them building. Making sure that things fit. And I push back on projects left and right. To address that one thing. Planning didn't even, as Mr. Athena said, they didn't even take into regard the $5 million revenue articulated into $500,000. That wasn't even part of their approval. And I'm not trying to go either way. I'm just stating facts from what I heard from the meeting, and Mr. Athena's restated that right now. They're going to bring some revenue. And I'm not here to advocate for or against with this statement. But what I do want to say is just basically what I see as a planning commissioner. I was, always challenging our business development department for different types of things. So I looked at this thing from that lens. And I had members, you know, so I'm not a member, but I live on the 8th Fairway. I know Tom's daughter. They live in my circle. I coached Mrs. Gates' daughter in soccer. And decisions up here are difficult. Sometimes they're no-brainers. This is going to be difficult because, you know, there's two sides and there's a lot of passion. But what I see from just a pure, what I see is, as a planning commissioner and as a city council member, this fits the boxes. It fits the zoning. It's not asking for anything special other than the lighting on those 6 courts. That's something that they do have to ascertain the yes on that to meet what the applicant has stated that they're going to provide. So, you know, when I'm looking at these things, you know, I have to take my emotion out. Like, there's going to be people upset on either side. I have no dog in the fight. You know, I love this city. I've been here probably longer than everybody. I've been here since 1962, and I've lived in Seacliff for the last 25 years. And I look for ways to slow down things every time. I couldn't find a way. I do like this project. You know, if I was a member, and I lost a little bit of tennis, but they were able to say our tennis ratios are in line and they've got some reference points, then that would bring me some solace. If I was a homeowner and I had, you know, I know those houses behind Seacliff on the greens, and there was lights blaring in my house, I wouldn't be happy about it, but I believe that the new state-of-the-art lighting will solve that problem to the expectation of everybody. I don't believe that the applicant wants to alienate residents, so I think that can be mitigated. I think that this fits the zoning, fits the CUP, and it fits the accessory usage. And I had many members call me afterwards, hey, DK, what's going on? They're doing this and that. I go, listen, I've looked at it. I've talked to community development. It's not a zone change. It fits a CUP. It's an ancillary use as well. But have your friends call me. And once I told him that, he goes, well, that's not what I heard from the meeting. And I said, have them call me. Not one person called me. So I'm just stating the facts, Pat. I don't think anybody's basing it on $500,000 to the city. I will not base my vote on that. It would be pretty strong math to get there. I do believe it's going to bring revenue. To Butch's point and to Mr. O'Hill's point, I believe that they will seek an opportunity for camaraderie, and if he wants to proceed, so be it. If he doesn't, as he's shown a path, then that kind of mitigates your concern there. There was the question raised by, I believe, Mayor McKeon, who will pay for the lighting on those 6 courts? Is that going to be an expectation?
That'll be on us.
Okay, so there's a statement of fact there. So that's appreciated. That was ambiguous when he asked the question, who would be responsible? And it never really got answered, so that's a factual statement by the applicant, Mr. O'Hill, that you would pay for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that wouldn't be laid upon somebody
Approximately
under...
$300,000.
Yeah, so the agreement to the master plan would not put that responsibility on your management company for the bungalows, right? That's your...
We don't have a management company.
Right, but you're going to utilize that document.
No, that's not a tenant responsibility. That isn't repair. Maybe the 3 bad lights, we might argue that, but we'll pay for all of them.
Yeah. And watching the Planning Commission, you seem like that type of person. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you other than you've done a fine job with some other country clubs. I believe the Newport Beach Country Club as well. And with all that said, that's just, you know, I like the project. I wanted to clarify some things.
Thank you.
But rest assured for the applicants, your passion and your emotion is taken to heart. And, you know, as a council member, you know, sometimes it's got to be purely what's my duty, not what do I believe in or where do my opinions lie. And if this thing was out of the box and didn't fit and they were asking for a million exceptions, I would be the first to say it's not a fit. That's not the case here. But I think there's a few things we need to iron out. But I do like the project. And I wanted to clarify the part about the 500,000 and also the lighting, because I figured you were going to say that, and I knew the 500,000 was not factored in by planning. I certainly will not be factoring that in my decision.
And
So I wanna s-
if I
state
could
that.
just jump in, this should be a land use decision. It
Yeah.
shouldn't be based on the
Right.
500,000.
Right. Yeah. Jen?
Yeah, that's my point. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and to your point, Councilman Kennedy, I mean, the applicant might have shot themselves in the foot by even bringing that up at the planning commission, because it's probably just, it's not a point of performance. I'm still kind of stuck on the lighting issue with the current use of the court. So the lights are not supposed to be on and going into Mr. Jensen's house, and then even after being made aware of this at the planning commission, the lights continue to go on? I don't understand.
We were not made aware of that at the planning commission, that there's lights already on courts 11 through 12.
Okay, so according to the current use right now, is it just courts 11 through 12 that are not allowed to have lights?
11 through 16.
11 through 16.
Joanna, can you put that slide back up?
And so when can we expect the lights to stop going on those courts?
If they're on now, then they won't be on tomorrow.
And they won't go on until, assuming it gets approvals?
Correct.
Okay, and then I had a question about the operating agreement. I'm just trying to understand, because, I heard, on one hand, it's the cart before the horse. If I was building a home and my idea was to, build it so that I can have tenants and get passive income, I don't think I'd have to figure out an agreement with a future tenant if I don't know who that tenant is before I start building the home. That would be kind of my understanding of it. And then, are you guys obligated in any way to go with the current tenants that you have? Are you contractually obligated to offer them a first right of refusal if you decide, or is it your prerogative that you could work with any group that you want?
It's our prerogative that we can work with any group, but out of respect and out of efficiency, he's already there operating the club as a whole. We think that would make sense if Travis wants it, for Travis to operate the bungalows and lofts, but it doesn't have to be Travis. And then to your, remind me what your first question was? Putting the cart before the horse, is that we agree with you, once we start construction, but even if we were able to obtain discretionary entitlement tonight, we're looking at least an 18 to 24 month permitting process with construction documents. And when I was explaining to the mayors that it would be at least probably a 6 to 9 month process to, if it's not going to be Travis, to fully vet and pick who that management company would be. And so for efficiency's sake, we think it makes the most sense to do that. One, we have a discretionary entitlement, so we can justify putting in those kind of man hours, that kind of effort to do that to go through that process. And at the same time, we can do that coinciding with the permitting and construction document process. So then by the time that we actually are building, we already know who the management company is going to be, and we have that agreement in place.
Let me expand on that. There's a lease, there's an agreement to lease signed by both ourselves and Travis. So we're obligated to do what we're supposed to do, and he's obligated to do what he's supposed to do. He's done all of his improvements except for the golf course. He's obligated to support this project, and we're obligated to put in the money to build it.
In 30 years, the golf course has never been better than it is. We can use new sand and we can use a new irrigation system, but the course is the best it's ever been. And that's not only my opinion, that's the opinion of guests I bring there all the time from Virginia Country Club and Newport Beach Country Club and Mesa Verde and on and on.
Go ahead.
Just one more point, and then I have a quick question. So the point that I would make is that a lot of this is really about the communication and being good neighbors, et cetera. Currently, Mr. Jensen has light in his house. It's been creating a lot of issues for him, and it's a violation of the existing CUP. Too often I hear from residents, and I hear in this city about how ordinances are being ignored, people are breaking rules, and it's just kind of, we just blow past it. So I keep bringing this up because I want to stop blowing past these, I'm not saying laws being broken, but rules that are being broken. I think it's incumbent upon you as the owners to make sure that that light issue is resolved, number one. So if we're sitting here and we're trying to make a decision based upon a major project in the future, but we're already violating an agreement that's in place, that just leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. So that's just one statement. And that leads to being neighborly. And my second question is that one of the ladies who spoke, she was very eloquent about her concerns regarding the project, and she did state, that she had certain compromises that she wanted to lay out there. Her time had gone up. I mean, I would be happy to hear what she was going to have to say about those compromises. Yep.
So Mayor, if you're going to do that, reopen the public hearing.
Reopen the public hearing.
Just very preliminarily, I think you guys haven't actually expressed a lot of concern about the bungalows. I think one point that I wanted to make that the planning commissioner, I can't remember his last name, that just spoke, he mentioned that this was bungalows on top of the golf course. These are actually bungalows on top of tennis courts. And I think that's a big distinction to make. So if these bungalows were going on top of the golf course somewhere, I don't think anyone would have a problem. The residents, the guests, et cetera, are going to impact our time and use. And you're right, Mr. I can read your mind. I'm not getting to the point. My point is, I think there's three compromises that we can make, and I mentioned one to Jonathan, and he seemed to like the idea, but I know he's bound by his obligations. One of them is we can make the one, instead of having 3 one-story units that have spas and backyards in each individual unit. I'm not sure why they all need 3 individual spas. Why not make those, why not decrease the size? Make it 2 stories. You're still impeding people's views already. So once you already have that out, make them smaller, make them 2 stories. That's number one. So now you can have the same amount and a smaller footprint. The 2-story, it wouldn't be an issue. You've got a fence that's higher than the 2-story issue. Number 2 would be delete the 3 individual units and have them only in the new tennis area. One of those units in the tennis area, and Jonathan corrected me, but it says on the documents, you can see them for yourself, it says it's 3,100 square feet. I spoke to this at the Planning Commission meeting. 3,100 square feet is really a large rental unit at the Huntington Club. Jonathan assured me, no, that's 1,200 square feet of patio. Yeah, so it's 1,800 square feet of living space. The average home in Huntington Beach, again, 2,100 square feet, but it's 1,200 square feet of outdoor space. Well, the whole place is outdoors. Why can't we architecturally shrink some of that? You could probably, if you shrink some of that outdoor space, put 4 units in the tennis club, and now you can preserve our recreational space. Because again, these are impeding the tennis club, not the golf club. So that's one, that's 2. And then one other comment, if I may, Mr. Twinning's looking at me, but if I may, and Mr. Gruhl, to your point, I do have some concerns, and I know members share those concerns, not only of the impact of all these extra people around using our facilities, because that hasn't been brought up. Mr. Bailey brought that up to us in the meeting that he was nice enough to have with us, that, yeah, everybody who rents one of these is going to be using tennis courts. They are going to be using pickleball courts. So now that impacts members' time in recreational facilities. So, if we're taking now away from our recreational facilities, and I didn't know I was on a timer, sorry, and we're taking away from our recreational facilities, I just think there's compromises to be made from conversation. And I do think that Mr. Bailey was willing and open to some of those suggestions, not to get him in trouble, but he seemed like he was open to, let's discuss, let's look at it, let's have a different architect maybe take a look at it, was what I was going to say. And if I could I say one more thing, please? I am concerned about, if I open up my phone right now, short-term rentals are illegal in Huntington Beach. If I open my phone right now, I could find you 56, or actually more like 250 in Huntington Beach still.
We're working on that
No, and you guys
every
are
day, the enforcement. It's a sore spot.
a sore spot, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job. But policing this stuff is difficult, and I question how it's going to be policed, and that's all I'm going to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. All right, Andrew?
I would say to your point, in the open market, yeah, it's a problem, and we meet with our city manager and economic development constantly. We are enforcing, we go on those websites as well, too. If we haven't collected TOT tax from these people, we are going out with code enforcement. There's violations but it's a big number, but it's shrinking. It's been a lot worse, but, we're dedicating manpower and putting code enforcement fines in place.
All right.
On that point, at the club, I think the management's going to be very easy. I mean, the first time you find somebody in there that's not a direct linkage to, as a member guest, somebody's membership's going to be in jeopardy. And I think we were talking about such a small scale, 6 units that might, I don't know if it's 3, 4, 5 people in a unit. I don't know how big or how many bedrooms or whatever, but every person, the velocity of people coming through is not going to be at such a rate that you won't be able to really substantiate who's your member and how are you tied to them. And I would imagine part of the protocol is going to be the management company is going to be reaching out to that member and making them verify that, yes, that is a member guest of mine. So I think, although there is validity to it at a citywide level, I don't think that aspect will be a problem for you. Not to minimize that, but I think in that one regard, I don't think will be an issue for you, ma'am.
All right, so I've said my piece. I think we've all said our piece. I'm uncomfortable with these potential loose ends and by giving this discretionary approval. So I would like to make a motion just to continue this for 60 days. I know the appellants requested a continuance. It seems like there's a lot of details that need to be ironed out. I'm hopeful in that amount of time you can at least talk with your tenant about an operating agreement. It makes sense. They're right there. I don't think 60 days is too much of a delay. So that's my motion on the table.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to continue this item for 60 days.
Could I ask some questions about that, Mayor?
Sure.
Just so that they would be clear if this were to go through, just so that they understand that they're hitting certain points of performance, right? There's an expectation that they come back and hopefully they're hitting some type of a home run here. So maybe we should make it clear if it were to be continued, what would be some of those points of performance, or what's the expectation they come back with? That way they don't keep dealing with a moving target.
It's a fair point. Just more clarity for me on the operating agreement. The lighting's a big deal. We all talked about that. Coming back, assuring us that that's been resolved. Because again, I just feel like your tenant needs to be involved in this process, and they're not. Who's paying for the tennis courts? Just kind of these like other loose ends that I don't think have been covered. At least discussions with your tenant about operating it, that would give me more comfort that we're not giving you guys a discretionary approval only for it to unwind in the future. You had made comments to the Planning Commission that the bungalows will finance this construction, and based on the financial projections you sent me, I'm not confident you can rent these for 255 days at $1,500. I've requested that this be on the agenda, your financial analysis. It was not. You asked, I believe, not to do that, so I would like to see that. Anything else, Butch? To me, that's it.
Would it be helpful if maybe on the operating agreement, they just frame the major terms, but not necessarily enter into an agreement with someone maybe they don't want to be in a relationship with?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And may I ask how you arrived at 60 days? This seems like, with 30 days? I know the
I would do
applicant
30. I just feel, sorry to jump in.
Well,
Don.
the applicant doesn't even want an extension. The appellate, it sounds like they're at an impasse, but I would imagine if there's time given again, you guys can hopefully re-engage and work. But I would imagine if there's time given again, you guys can hopefully re-engage and work towards mutual benefit. For the appellate back there, are you guys still willing to conduct conversation harmonious? So the applicant's saying no. I would imagine you're calling for a vote.
I was told that they had good conversations. I was told they had conversations.
So the applicant's saying no. I would imagine you're calling for a vote.
I was told that they had good conversations. I was told they had conversations on yesterday. So I'm fine with 30 days. So I'm fine with 30 days. I'm just trying to be realistic. If we come back in 30 and there's still no resolution, I thought 60. I'm just trying to be realistic. If we come back in 30 and there's still no resolution, I thought 60. Again, I'm just.
For the The applicant, I think, motion right now, it's down as a no vote. I mean, I think that's the end of, as a no vote, I mean, I think that's the end of the line for your hope. And I'm, end of the line for your hope. And I'm not sure tonight is a good night for you to have that vote.
30 days.
Second.
Do you want to put a date?
Date certain?
Yeah. 21st.
Correct. 5 weeks in March. So to continue it to the April 21st city council meeting.
Do you guys feel clear on, in terms of what the expectations are, applicant, to come back with?
Not entirely, honestly. I mean, we're gonna, yeah, we'll go talk to.
Expectations are, applicant, to come back with?
Not entirely, honestly. I mean, we're gonna, yeah, we'll go talk to our tenant about.
Questions you might have. This is the only you have to have all of us. So if you have any clarifying questions.
I mean, I feel like if camaraderie says no for me, then by all means go.
You really have to have all of us. So if you want to ask any clarifying questions.
I feel like if camaraderie says no, that's not going to work for me, then by all means go on to, you know, plan B. To talk just a little
Well,
bit
let's
more.
delineate it for the, so number one, you don't need to name a company, right? We just need to have a frame.
You guys need to talk just a little
Well,
bit
let's
more.
delineate it for the, so number one, you don't need to name a management company. You just need to have a framework of what's expected of your management company. Is that
Right. Yeah,
correct?
that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need to name somebody, just, I think, you forget about the projection. Nobody made a decision based on your projections. It's a general, so I would say that's not even a recommendation that they have to provide financials because, or a forecast, because it's going to be speculative that generate revenue. So I would say that's not even a recommendation that they have to provide financials because, or a forecast, because it's going to be speculative that anybody could say that's just, we all know it's going to generate revenue or not. I think they made a mistake. A speculation, so what's the point of it?
Yeah.
We all know it's going to generate revenue, and they're because nobody made the decision to approve from planning based on revenue projection. So I would be comfortable if they eliminated it. I don't think we need to hold them to.
But I think that's key with the operating agreement, right?
To hold them to.
But I think that's why it's key with the operating agreement, right? Because if they're not successful, right, 255 days at $1,500 a night, what happens to those? So that's where the operating.
And you're asking an appellant to say, if I'm losing a little bit of money, what am I going to do? I would imagine he's got staying power. I've read a little bit about the applicant. He's got assets and he can weather any negative cash flow.
Sure.
And I don't think that this is even going to generate negative cash flow. It might not generate the amount of projected income, but it's not going to sink and he can weather any negative cash flow.
Sure.
And I think that this is even going to generate negative cash flow. It might not generate the amount of projected income, but it's not going to sink the club if he has to write some checks to cover some negative cash flow. I think it will be absorbed in the profit of the clubs.
In 30 days also, they get further down the road of updating the existing lighting that prohibits lighting of these additional courts, which was a condition of the Planning Commission. So I think just the operating agreement will give us some confidence. I think in 30 days also, they get further down the road of updating the existing CUP for lighting that prohibits lighting of these additional courts, which was a condition of the Planning Commission. So I think in 30 days they can come back with more progress on that subsequent entitlement. And then I'm hopeful they'll meet with the appellant. And it sounds like they were close on some items, at least show good faith that we've tried. Maybe give us a request and come back with reasons why you guys can't do it. And that'll just kind of show good faith, in my opinion, that you met with the appellant. You can delineate their requests, why you can or cannot do it. 30 days. I think, but if you guys want to do 30, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and understand, this is a big decision for us. That's the only private country club in Huntington Beach. Jewel of golf. I mean, we got two, but I mean, it's a beautiful club. I can't be happy. I mean, I've waited 30 years for the OHIP to it. I can wait 30 more days. I just think you need to talk to the appellants just a little bit more, maybe give us an idea of the operating agreement. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care if it's with camaraderie. I would like you I hope that you would negotiate with them. But whatever you come back with, it's Plan B, so it's Plan B.
And just to Councilman Williams' point, just a little more detail on that. So if it is not what happens if it's a third party? Where do they get their food and beverage from? Who does the room service? Who does the laundry? Like all those things would just kind of give us more, seriously, more solace that there's not this open-ended loose end in the future. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand that part. So I understand what we're looking for in the operating agreement, but just going back to what you said about essentially our financial pro forma is, I'm struggling to understand why we need to essentially, we obviously think that this is going to be successful, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it.
Sure.
But I don't understand why we need to essentially, financially undress and show you, hey, this is how it's going to be successful in order for you to vote yes or no.
No, you don't. You don't.
Yeah, I think
No.
I've got
removed
them to strike that.
Yeah,
It's
I
pointless.
just made the comment that during planning commission, you guys said the project was going to be financed. You don't.
Yeah, I think I've
we
got
removed
them to
that.
strike that.
Yeah,
It's pointless.
I just made the comment that
Revenue from that is going to help us pay for, because we're not getting any money from, the new clubhouse.
But again, like to Mr. Attorney Vigliotta said, this is land use, so I'm fine removing that requirement. I think it's just, the lighting, the baseline of an operating agreement, meeting with the appellant. I would like to see their.
So further good faith negotiations with the appellant.
Yep.
Outline of an operating agreement.
Yep.
And then
The lighting.
further progress on the lighting application.
And then resolution that the current lighting's been resolved for the neighbors. And then with the appellant, if you could just come back with their requests and then yes or no and why or why not.
So I'm confused.
Yeah.
Do you want us to ask Travis if he's changed his mind and he wants to operate the bungalows? Is that what you want us to ask?
Again, I don't think that's a requirement.
No. The answer is you said in good faith you would, but even if you didn't, not a prerequisite for how I'm going to vote. I think I just want to see, but didn't. That's not a prerequisite for how I'm going to vote. I think they just want to see how the operating agreement would be somewhat framing company.
Because ultimately, one of the biggest
Help me
concerns.
understand, framed in what way?
So that there is insurance to the residents that are concerned about biggest
Help me
concerns.
understand what way?
So that there is insurance to the residents that are concerned about non-members and outside folk coming
Can't do that.
to the club.
Any lease with them would honor what we've promised. It's only members, guests of members, period.
Yeah, that part seems completely manageable and self-explanatory. Casey, you keep saying, let's ask on being able to serve the food from your current restaurant at the club and use any laundry facilities?
So we have a laundry facility in the plan.
Okay. Covered.
And then for the food.
Sent out.
Yeah, and but we have a laundry facility in the plan. And then food and beverage is adding to food and beverage, essentially stations, whatever you want to call them, to that side of the world, to the tennis and pickleball side of the world. And on top of that is beyond a duty to cooperate in the agreement to master plan with Travis. I would think financially it's in Travis's the bungalows and lofts. Why would he not want to sell more food and beverage?
Right. So, that
My
answers
concern is that Travis, I believe, doesn't want to operate the bungalows. So now we have to go out and find another operator and negotiate an agreement?
No, I think,
No.
you really need to give them clarity.
Yeah,
on that
we just
because
want
I think we've sent them down.
We just want the framework of how the operating agreement would work, right? Whether with Travis or somebody else, especially if it's somebody else, because the new clubhouse you're going to build, Travis is going to operate that. Correct?
No, I really need to give them clarity.
Yeah,
on that
we just want
because I
the-
think
Whether with because the new clubhouse you're going to build operate that. Correct?
And I'm asking the document to say that satisfies what you're looking for.
I guess to remove if your current tenant is not the operator, walk through the framework of then a third party within a facility that he operates. So the new tennis clubhouse would be operated by Travis, correct?
I mean,
With the new laundry room operated by
don't
him.
want to be in the bungalow business. That's his position. Now, maybe when it gets built and he sees it, maybe he'll change his. We would be open to that.
Yeah, the bond is such a big piece, and this is where people are getting. So, but the operating agreement framework I'd like to see then is assuming then that Travis would not operate it for you and bring in a third party. What are the logistics behind that? The machinations. Do you follow me?
Yes, I understand the request. I guess my question is, is that land use in terms of, hey, you're allowed, this makes sense, you're approved for the discretionary entitlement to build the bungalows and lofts and do the Huntington Club improvements, or is that more getting into, actually our business?
That's a discretionary approval, right, to give you guys this lodging as part of the entitlement, correct?
I mean, I'm getting lost in this. I mean, wouldn't they have something that details and why they would have to say, no, your responsibilities are checking in, checking out the guests, find who they are, changing the beds, laundry service, meeting the needs of the customers, making sure they're parked correctly, basically just operational logics. I mean, is that what you're looking for them to detail? Like, they're looking for them to detail, like, I'm going to do, this company will do laundry, change the sheets, collect.
No, I'm looking at more the third-party operator, how this would work with your current tenant who operates the entire facility. That, to me, that's the conflict. And that's the approvals. We're giving you guys bungalows, but your tenant has not agreed to operate them. So in that case, you'd have to go out to a third-party operator. So I'm just looking for that framework of those fine details with that third-party operator. Has to work with your tenant who operates the rest of the facility, who would now has to work with your tenant who operates the rest of the facility. So to remove that conflict I see in the future, if we give you guys this discretionary entitlement, you don't have that buttoned up. Now you've got bungalows that are built and no one operates because your current tenant decides not to operate them. So then your default is, okay, we'll have a third-party operator. Okay, how does that operating agreement work with your current tenant who's operating the entire facility? That's what I'm looking for, is to resolve that conflict.
Just to Jonathan's point, maybe what you made earlier is that they're contractually obligated to cooperate.
Correct. So I'm just saying.
In the agreement.
Yeah, and so Mayor, I understand what you're asking for. I get it. I'm just saying, for instance, we agreed to another condition of approval at the Planning Commission hearing that it's only going to be members and guests of members. So since that's a condition of approval, obviously that would have to be part of any operating agreement,
Right.
whether it's with Camaraderie or someone else. It's like, we already know that's going to be. It's like, we already know it's going to be in the framework of the agreement.
But again, so that third party would then have to coordinate with your tenant who has the roster of members.
But they have, the agreement's already set. There's a
And they have a
shared
duty to
communication.
cooperate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Travis shared with you. I don't know about that conversation, but I just went through, I read the entire agreement to master plan today.
So maybe when you guys come back in 30 days, the next count, the April 20, you can have snippets of your agreement to give us comfort. Hey, in this conflict, in this future scenario, if our current tenant does not want to operate these bungalows, agreement, he's obligated to coordinate with our third-party management company.
We'll have an agreement with the operator, and if the operator violates the agreement, they will be removed, just like any other. And if the operator violates the agreement, they will be removed, just like any other tenant. You have to abide by the lease. The lease says members and guests of members. If they violate that, then they will no longer be the tenant.
So you referenced that
Plus
you
there's
have
somebody
the
else.
shared, you've got the shared use in the agreement to the master plan, and Casey's saying, bring the snippet, like code 7.5 says, you have to share information. I mean, it's kind of a minuscule request because I believe, they already have a document. I guess he wants you to bring in shows section 5.2, there's an agreement to share information.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, maybe you draft an there's an agreement to share information.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, maybe you draft an amended document that says you will have to share, so there's enforceability. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we have
Haven't negotiated that operating agreement.
No, but he's talking about the agreement to master plan where Travis has a duty to
Well, that
cooperate.
agreement
So
we
I'm
have.
saying,
Yeah.
I mean, we have it. Yeah, sure.
So that puts to rest any enforceability. I guess maybe that's what he's looking for. How will you enforce, well, we have this language. Maybe that is what he's looking for.
Yeah.
It might be that we're just kind of stuck on this one last part, and it seems like everything else, all the other questions were satisfied in terms of clarity on who's paying for it, got that figured out. The lighting thing going forward, got that figured out. So it just comes down to operating agreement. And then when we're getting into the detailing thing going forward, got that figured out. So it just comes down to the framework of this operating agreement, details of what that looks like. It's beginning to feel like we're kind of grinding them down a little bit much. Like, do we really need to this thing forward 30 days at this point when it's something like this? Is it worth the staff time? Is it worth the extra time and the cost?
I also think too, part of the agreement for that was the appellant requested it. I think 30 days is from I also think too, part of the agreement for the appellant requested it, I think 30 days. From what I've been told, they've had conversations, there's some potential compromises on the site plan and those details. So I think in 30 days, they can come back to us at a minimum. If you guys want to remove the operating agreement piece, at least show what the applicant, they met about what the requests were. At least show what the applicant, they met about what the requests were, if they can or cannot satisfy them, and then get back to us on the lighting and get it further down the road, because that is a piece of entitlement that they don't control. That's another piece of entitlement, is the lighting. That's a big piece that the Planning Commission made a condition entitlement that they don't control. That's another piece of entitlement, is the lighting. That's a big piece that the Planning Commission made a condition on. So it's a whole separate entitlement.
Yeah,
So
that there's validity there.
okay.
So maybe we, like Councilman Williams said, we loosen the reins, have your conversations. The one thing you guys do need to address is what happens if you don't get the ability to light 11 through 16. What would you do? That is one thing that's mean. What would you do? That is one thing that's really finite. It's part of your plan that's still not confirmed.
I mean, yes, I would ask back, what would you like us to? What would you be looking for? I mean, because I think Joanna and Jennifer can tell you, we are fully proceeding in good faith. We want these courts lit. It's good for everybody. It's good for us. It's good for Travis. It's good for the members. We want these courts lit. And, I've been working my butt off, figure out exactly what the best lighting consultant is, or who the best lighting consultant is, what the best lighting technology is, every other mitigation measure we can do with the blackout blankets, with the shielding on the lights, all sorts of things to get this thing approved. But yeah, you're right. It's not a guarantee. You never know. It has to go to Planning Commission, and I agree. Get this thing approved. But yeah, you're right. It's not a guarantee. You never know. It has to go to Planning Commission, and I agree with Councilman Williams, where since the Planning Commission kind of made the condition, you would kind of think that we have a pretty good chance of getting it approved. But once again, never a guarantee. So what would satisfy the council in that regard?
And I think we got to stop, because this could potentially come back before the body, so they got to work that out, and that needs to move through the process.
Okay, so
You want to
let's give them some clear directions to be fair to everyone.
Needs to move through the process.
Okay, so
You want to
let's give them some clear directions to be fair to everybody.
Okay, so let me revise my motion again. Continue it to the date certain of, Jennifer, help me out, April 21st, to meet with the appellant, discuss their requests, report back to us what they talked about, why they their requests, report back to us what they talked about, why they can or cannot meet them, and then give us more certainty on the lighting, their plan for the lighting, because that is a separate discretion entitlement with the Planning Commission, and confirm that the current lighting violation has been resolved.
Yeah, if I was you guys, I would shut those lights off on 1011 for good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to
Until you get the next move forward.
Yeah, I want to make a comment about that. Is that I had heard a couple months ago when I was starting to do some community outreach about LED lights on Court 11, but the way I heard about them, it sounded like that was a thing, but they weren't a thing anymore. I think a combination of members not liking playing on those courts, like the lights didn't work that well, and obviously it was probably affecting the homeowners. And then, I had conversations with Mr. Jensen, leading up to our submission of the lighting application. He had made comments about lights on Court 10, which is allowed to be lit, and how right now those lights filter into his house. I don't remember, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't remember him mentioning anything about lights on Court 11 filtering into his house, just on Court 10, which, right, like I said, those are legit tennis lights. Those are allowed to be lit. So this wasn't a problem that we were aware of. Councilman Gruhl, I agree with you. That's something that is our responsibility to take care of when we're made aware of it. And I've never heard of lights on Court 12. So now that we are made aware of it, if they're still there, the call's going out tomorrow to get those taken down.
All right, do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Can you repeat the motion one more time? Sorry.
Yes, so continue.
I want to make sure they're clear. This is a big decision
Yes,
for everybody
for
involved.
sure. Continue the meeting to April 21st with the requirement that they meet with the appellant, report back to us about the appellant's requests, and then their answers why they can or cannot satisfy them. Confirmation that the current lighting violation has been resolved, and then what's their plan to light the courts for their other discretionary approval through Planning Commission. Fair?
Clarification on the last part. You mean basically a status update as
Yes.
to where that application is?
Please, with a little more details on the lights you're going to use, technology, and satisfying neighbors' concerns and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. Good?
Yeah,
All right.
that's, everybody's clear now.
Okay.
It's important.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is just for the 30-day extension,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Motion made by Mayor McKeon to move to April 21st, date certain, to return with the items outlined by Mayor McKeon. Councilmember Grohl.
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining.
Yes.
Mayor McKeon.
Yes.
Councilman Burns.
Aye.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Item passes 6-0.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the patience. All right, point of order. Guys, do you mind if we move item 23 up? Because Ryan and Sugar are waiting out in the lobby. All right. Yep. Okay. So,
I'm in.
Ryan, you want to cruise up? All right. Big dog night, the ultimate dog. HB's dog. I don't know if the camera can get on Sugar coming up. That'd be awesome. There she is. Yeah. Hall of Famer. Just go right by the, yeah, up here, and then, Sugar. All right, so I know all of us support this item, and only 3 of us can actually put it on the agenda, but we wanted to declare each December 5th as Sugar the Surfing Dog Day. So Sugar is HB's own Hall of Fame champion. She's a 6-time winner of the Surf City Dog Championship, 5-time World Dog Surfing Champion with 21 first place trophies and 34 trophies overall, 3-time Purina Pro Plan Incredible Dog Challenge trophy holder for the Malibu Classic and Santa Cruz Longboard Union Contest, and 4-time Helen Woodward Animal Hospital Dogathon champ. Sugar was inducted into the Surfers Hall of Fame on December 5th, 2024. She's a beloved member of the HB community, and Sugar will always be in the lineup and in our hearts. And as I told Ryan, I don't think there's a dog that's lived a better life. And we want to put together a great video for Sugar and Ryan. So Julie, if you can play the video. And Ryan hasn't seen this yet. Awesome. Ryan, you want to say a few words? Yeah. Hold on, Julie's going to read the mic. Yeah.
I just wanted to put her chains on for a second, but not the whole time, but she's just, so beautiful. She's really hanging tough, and, I just want to thank the city of Huntington Beach just for, I just felt so loved, and I felt so loved pretty much this whole time surfing with Sugar here, and, she's definitely changed not just my life, but she's been kind of an era, and I'm going to just really try to hold it together because, yeah, I just thank you guys, all of you guys, just for, there's a lot of very important things going on in this town. There's a lot of serious things going on, and I just feel like that for you guys acknowledging this stuff right here too is a big deal, and it just means a lot. And this is why I changed my life for this right here. You know what I mean? This is why that I got sober for these moments like this, and to be, just I could go. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I just want to say thank you guys. And oh wait, I just want to say that I got Casey a. She'll be okay. Yeah. I just don't want her to fall, but I wanted to show this picture to Casey. She's fine. She's got it. She never falls. Yeah, she'll be. I just got this present. I want to get a big. This was her last wave from last weekend actually on Saturday. We caught her last wave because she's really just been declining fast, and
Ryan, turn around. Yeah, so you can see down below. There you go. See, there you go.
Oh yeah, this is just a gift to you guys, but I can't believe she's just such an absolute legend.
And that was an amazing day. It was last week, and I went out. It was offshore wind, and brought my kids down, and they were getting pelted with sand. And the firemen did an awesome job bringing Ryan and Sugar down, and she got the biggest. I think it's their biggest wave, but I think shape-wise, it looked amazing.
It was just. If you would have known a week before what I've just been dealing with, then 2 months ago, she's just been having this rapid breathing issue that's got some scans done, and then they tell me she's full of cancer, and then just really been tough. But we're just gonna keep volunteering and keep it light. We already caught our last wave, so we're just gonna kind of. What do you call it? We're just gonna go on chill out. So.
But no, I think it's amazing. I mean, we thought it was really important to obviously do this while she's still with us. And Ryan's an amazing human being. He goes to the VA all the time with Sugar and his other dogs, and he paints for the veterans. And he's like a total angel. I mean, I remember Ryan, came up a couple years ago and introduced us to Sugar and was like, "Why aren't you guys acknowledging her?" And then we did research and realized how amazing she is. And next thing you know, she's on my Independence Day float, and all the crowd loves Sugar, and 2 years in a row. And I became, Pat and I and Gracie and everything, and Butch as well, become good friends with Ryan. He's definitely changed my life, and we want to honor you, man, and honor Sugar, and we're really happy for you. So congrats, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
Want to take a photo with you, yeah?
Yeah,
Let's go.
Please. Yeah. What do I do? Oh, okay.
Thanks.
So to wrap that up, I want to make a motion to declare each December 5th as Sugar the Surfing Dog Day in Huntington Beach forevermore.
Second.
All right, seconded by Pat and Butch. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Item passes 7-0.
And Vic, just to clarify, you'll bring back a resolution for us to? Yes. Okay, awesome, thank you. All right, going back to the agenda. Let's see, so City Manager's Report, item number 15.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council. So tonight we have a informational item only, and this is on upcoming adjustments to our refuse rates for some state laws and some changes to our landfill that will be coming to residents and back to City Council in the future for review. And I'd like to introduce Deborah Jabinski in our Public Works Department to provide these updates and the information.
Thank you, Travis. Hello, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to preview for you some proposed upcoming changes, as Travis said, to our refuse rates and services. They'll be announced in the community and brought forward to you at an upcoming meeting. So the first issue is a new countywide agreement for the use of the county landfill system. And the next part would be the new organics recycling programs and rates that the city is required to implement under state law, SB 1383. So the county landfill disposal agreement is a new 10-year agreement. The county calls it WISE, which is an acronym for a lot of words, Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Disposal Agreement. And it replaces our current landfill disposal agreement, which expires on June 30 of this year. All cities and special districts in the county operate under the current agreement. It's anticipated that we will all join in and operate under this new proposed agreement. A coalition of cities formed a committee to evaluate and negotiate the terms of this proposed new agreement under the Orange County City Managers Association. And it does provide a substantial 85% increase in landfill disposal fees over what we currently pay. A phased-in structure of rates over the next 3 years will help smooth the impact to our customers. So the next part of this is a change in state law. It's commonly known as SB 1383, and this law is the one that mandates that all California residents and businesses must recycle organics. It puts the responsibility on the city and our hauler and service provider, Republic Services, to develop and implement the programs necessary to collect and recycle food scraps and other organic material. So the proposed solutions to these two issues is threefold. There's actually three pieces to it. So the first would be to adopt the WISE agreement. Despite the 85% increase in rates, it still provides the most cost-effective and feasible option for our current and long-term disposal needs. The second part of this would be to amend our Republic Services Solid Waste Franchise Agreement, because SB 1383 wasn't contemplated when this agreement was originally adopted 20 years ago, and we have just a little over 11 years remaining on our current term. So we have this agreement, which is good through June 30 of 2037. So we do need an amendment to even provide the services. And then the final piece would be to adopt the rates necessary to pay for the increased costs and the new services. So the proposed new rates, Republic's costs for both residential and commercial services and the landfill increases were reviewed and vetted both by staff and by our solid waste consultant, a firm called HF&H. It ensured that all the components are correct, the math is right, and it's aligned with industry standards and gives us programs that would be compliant with SB 1383. So for commercial and multifamily, the services are provided via direct contract and direct billing from Republic to those customers. Mostly, the costs for commercial and trash and recycling will increase by about 12 to 14%, with some larger increases for the organics-only services. And only the businesses, of course, that generate the materials will be enrolled in those services. So for residential, the proposed new program will be for residents to place their food scraps in their green yard waste container. Households that do not currently use a green yard waste container will be given one. The combined material will be collected, processed, and taken to a permitted facility for composting. That's different than the facilities that handle the current material in the green cart, which is yard waste only. So it's all specialized, it's all permitted by the state, and all those resources had to be identified and secured. So as proposed, the monthly increase starting July 2nd would be $36.64, the monthly rate, excuse me. That's an increase of $7.58 per household per month. This includes the landfill costs, the costs of Republic providing those organic services that are different than the services they currently provide to the households, and the other state-required things that we have to do, such as inspection, education, enforcement, and all of the reporting and tracking that's necessary for SB 1383. And again, these increases would be phased in over 3 years to smooth the impact on customers. So upcoming action items, first and foremost, the city is following requirements provided in the California Constitution that require us to provide notice to any affected residential customers of the proposed new rates. So we'll direct mail a notice to all the affected residential customers no later than April 3rd, giving all the details on the proposed rate increase and what that entails. On May 19th, we'll be back before council, and we will be asking you to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed residential rates. And also on May 19th, we'll be asking you to consider the introduction of an ordinance amending the Republic franchise in order to provide the services and rate structures. Not listed here, but also part of the upcoming actions would be the adoption of the WISE agreement with the county. So this concludes my preview presentation, and I'm happy to field any questions you might have.
Questions, anyone?
I just wanted to bring up some of the issues. So this is going to increase the rates, and I just want to point that this is not something the city wants to do. This is something that came from Sacramento, from it's SB 1383. Could you get into a little more detail as to where it originated from and how it got to us?
So SB 1383 came through the state legislature. It wasn't like a ballot proposition item or anything. It was actually adopted and chaptered in 2016. And then it took the state several years to get through the regulatory process, to adopt the regulations and the regulatory framework that we all have to follow to implement it. Technically, it went into effect January 1, 2022, so we're behind. We did get some allowances for COVID and all of the things that were going on during that era, but the city, we're at the time where we have to do this. And yes, it's not probably programs we would have chosen to implement in our community, but we are required to do so.
Thank you.
What I learned from our meeting was, as Gracie pointed out, it's very important for our residents to know this is not city originated, but more importantly, to ease the pain of the increases, we were able to take the increases and break it out over a 3-year implementation period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
So that's kind of a component of both the landfill increase, which is, a part of the rates that are charged and the fees that are charged to the customers, and then also the SB 1383 programs that Republic will be providing, and those also are phased in over 3 years. So that initial rate that I showed for residential, the $36.64, it will phase in with there's like another $2 and something that would come in 2027, and another $1 and something that comes in 2028. plus CPI and all of the other components of the typical residential rate. So it's all going to be explained in the community notification that will go out to the affected ratepayers.
So yes, there are increases. Yes, we were able to phase them in over 3 years, and also these are pass-through costs. These are not profit centers or originated by the city. It's important to, I know I'm saying the same thing, but, our residents are, highly aware of every, increase, and rightfully so. So these are things that we have zero control over. So we've done the best we can to mitigate the pain all at once. Some cities are implementing it all at one time, right? The rate increase? Or is everybody doing a 3-year phase-in?
I think every city is doing its, whatever is best for itself. I don't know specifically if other cities have phased in.
Okay. Well, we are,
We are. And we did that in consideration and to help mitigate the impact on the residents. Nobody takes a rate increase lightly, small or large, and this one is fairly significant.
Yeah.
So it's something that we took seriously.
And we appreciate that. And the other thing I wanted to point out, thank you for staying so late, Ms. Kiley. It's been a long night. So the original agreement, it's very old, and from what I heard, it was 8 to 10 pages. So we've taken this opportunity to put some, preventative measures, liquidated damages into the new contracts. So there's a little bit more expectation and a little bit more teeth that we have as residents if there's stoppages and things like that. So we did take the opportunity to amend the contract and put in some different things that our residents, were asking, well, what do you do if they don't pick up our trash? We didn't really have the teeth that we do now have. Is that correct? We've put in some additional expectations and liquidated damages for performance and things like that. Is that correct?
Under our current agreement, there are a lot of performance measures that aren't stated. And honestly, we have a great relationship.
Yeah, no,
with
they're
Republic.
fantastic,
And
but-
so they're performing a lot of those measures and meeting those targets on if a pickup is missed, when they go back, and how long it takes. So they're already doing that. But yes, you're exactly right. We're using the amendment process to define some of that, and that's good for us. It's good for our customers, and it's also good for Republic, frankly, because then there's no ambiguity.
Yeah, and my closing thought is they've been fantastic. Our trash pickup is always on time. They're great. Their drivers are great. I posted something a year or two ago about this delightful young lady who was driving the truck and put it on some of the forums. Got like 1,000 likes. She was so pleasant. They've got great people, great facilities, great management. So I just wanted to point that out for the residents. We're doing what we can to make the most of a price increase.
Pat?
Right now, it goes just in the regular blue can, not the blue, the brown can, and goes to a landfill, right?
The food waste
Yeah.
organics, yes.
And so what do they plan on achieving? Just make more compost out of it with the green grass and all that stuff?
So it will go to composting, yes. So
And what are they going to do with that compost?
So currently, the compost is available. For instance, we pick up compost from the county for free, and we distribute it for free to our residents. They can come pick it up anytime. We have a self-service compost station at the corporate yard. We have mandates. Part of the law is there's a procurement requirement, so we're actually required to purchase a specific amount or utilize a specific amount of compost and mulch in our city. So our landscape contracts now have some language built in requiring our landscapers to use compost and mulch that's locally derived or California derived. There's a lot of layers to this.
This is costing a lot of money, huh? This is, really to put this into, I've looked into it a little bit, and it's costing a lot of money, and it's just kind of another genius move by Sacramento, I think.
Well, even on that, enforcement. So how do you enforce that someone's putting food waste in their green trash can?
Well, we're required to lid lift, so
Lid lift.
the rate increases, lift the lid, look
When-
inside. It's
when though? Like when it's out on the curb, or? When it's on the curb?
It's on the curb, yes.
Yeah, the cost benefit just doesn't seem to be, the cost benefit just doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, I just want to quick diatribe, one question. So this is an unfunded mandate coming down from Sacramento. We faced this entire debacle with recycling originally. The CRV program has become, you know, it's fraud. I mean, that's really what it is, especially when we were trying to do all the composting originally when I opened up my first restaurants, only to find out the significant majority of it just was commingled anyways and wasn't even properly disposed of. There was no place to do it. I'm glad to see that we're actually implementing a lot of the composting program, but at the end of the day, this is going to cost the residents a ton of money. But more importantly is, as Casey brings up, I'm thinking about the enforcement piece of this and how food service operators and restaurants, now we have to carry huge green bins, and in many cases, restaurants don't have the space. So from the perspective of the city permitting and codes, et cetera, and I've spoken about this with Public Works, is that in the event that restaurants don't have the space to carry a whole nother organic compost bin, how are we going to, or maybe it's a question for Republic, I don't know, how are we going to be able to make certain exceptions when there's no space to even have the bins?
So the law does allow for us as a city to determine who we can make an exception for space, and if they're just not generating the threshold amount of material. So there is a process where the business can get a waiver or an exemption.
So
The services.
does the exemption come, so it comes from the city?
Comes from the city, yes.
Okay.
And so we've been piloting that, so to speak, with Republic already. So Republic staff goes out, they make an evaluation, they submit a form to us, we review the form and grant or ask more questions or go out ourselves and take a look. But there is a process.
Okay, that's good to know. So anybody who's aware of that, and also for all of us to consider and think about, especially when it comes to the way in which this is going to hurt our business community, because these rates are specifically for residents, but then the rates are also going to go up significantly for all the businesses as well on the commercial side of things.
So for the commercial side of things, the regular dumpster rate is like 12 to 14%, but that's primarily due to the landfill increase. The recycling rates go up a little bit too, to also like 12 to 14%. And then the organics rates they're higher, but it's to reflect the actual cost of providing that service. It's an expensive service. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So these businesses, they can apply for an exemption, and then it's simply the city council's discretion on whether or not, or maybe it's a zoning administrator decision.
It would be Public Works staff discretion.
Okay.
And they have to meet criteria. We can't just say, okay, sure, sounds good, you don't want to do it. They have to either not generate the material or legitimately not have the space for another container.
Got it.
And in Huntington Beach, that's more common than you would think. It's an older city, there's small enclosures. Downtown the alleys and things are so tight, so space constraint is a real issue here.
Just one last question on enforcement. So I have a trash bag in my kitchen, put it in there, tie it up tight, throw it in the brown bin. So they're gonna come lift my lid and like cut my bag open to see if there's no organic waste in there?
I can't answer that question at this time because we haven't implemented lid lifting, but hopefully, no, we wouldn't be doing that.
So lid lifting, is it just
be intrusive.
random auditing essentially, or like who gets lid lifted? Is that,
There's a certain percentage that we're supposed to inspect based on routing and things. There's the protocol we have to follow.
You guys already do that with green bins, right? Anyways, I feel like I've seen it. People throwing trash in the green bins. I've seen them get busted. I saw a neighbor on my street. They got a little thing like, we didn't pick you up because we saw trash. There are cinder blocks in his green.
Yeah, that would be, most of that kind of stuff would be driver originated because they know when they're using the automatic arm to lift the container and it's, 150 pounds too heavy for the machinery, that's generally how those originate now.
So in regards to compliance, oversight, infrastructure, management of this program, how much will it cost us on the administrative side in regards to the city itself? Are we going to have are we going to put out job offers for lid lifters? How many new roles do you think we'll need, or are we going to kind of just dilute it and emulsify it into the existing roles that we have?
So a lot of the services will be provided by Republic staff, and that's part of the rates that are being implemented.
Okay.
We anticipate adding one full-time employee on the city side, and that will be shared between residential and commercial. So it won't exclusively affect.
And will that be for oversight administration or for compliance management?
Mostly for compliance and enforcement, because enforcement is something we can't delegate
Okay.
under the law.
To Republic?
Correct.
Got it,
Yes,
got it.
we're the municipality. We're the ones that have to issue any warnings and notifications.
All right, good? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was uplifting.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to consent, items 16 through 21. Anyone want to pull anything?
Make a motion to move 16 through 21.
Second.
City Clerk?
Councilman Grohl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Consent calendar?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Twining?
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
All right. You want to read?
7-0.
7-0, okay. Last item, number 22, Councilman Burns. You're up.
Burns. All right, the zoning, I'm going to read this. The zoning administrator, one person, has the authority to approve CUPs and variances. This is not very common in other cities. Here in Huntington Beach, there's a 7-member citizen-appointed commission, the Planning Commission, that meets twice a month that can better serve this purpose to the community and the city. Some CUPs and variances can have great effect to neighborhoods and communities negatively. The review by the Planning Commission would serve the city more efficiently and in better service to the city and the communities, really. Additionally, there may be opportunities to update the zoning code for efficiency in the entitlement process. Really, my main mission in this is, and I'll admit it, I don't know all the CUPs and everything. I'm willing to work with some of them, like alcohol or some of the things like that, but it's mainly the overbuilding is what I'm concerned with. And it's one person has the authority over 7 citizens that are appointed by the council. And just like I kind of touched on with another item earlier this evening, there were about six reasons to approve it, but then, or you can find something else to deny it or whatever. And it's the 7 people will at least take more, I feel, they'll weigh out the benefits by the development and the community. And I always say it, I always consider my own position that if one of these buildings and things were going to go up next to my house or something, that I would hope that people consider the effect on my neighborhood. And that's really my mission, is that we have to put the community before the developments in the developers. They don't really, a lot of them don't live in the city. They want the money, and I don't mind building, I don't mind development, I don't like greed, and especially at the expense of a neighborhood or a community. Some of these projects change the community drastically, and I think the community would be better served by the commission reviewing some of these projects. And, there's a discussion, yeah, it's going to cost more if it goes to the Planning Commission. And I believe the excuse I got was that it's going to create more work by staff. Well, what is the Planning Commission being given that the building administrator wouldn't be considering? So why don't they just get the same information? They don't need the planning to tell them why they should approve it and then just come up with reasons to deny it on their own. I think we got to come up with some kind of system that the community is considered more. I think it's a benefit to them, and I've been standing by and holding my breath and gritting my teeth on some of these CUPs that I've seen come through. And, well, I think it's time that we kind of take a step forward for the community to protect them from poor community-friendly building. That's it.
Beck, it's a good discussion to have. Can we approach this as like a fact-finding mission? As an example, because when I was talking with you about this, maybe we could have staff come back with all the CUPs that zoning administrators have discretion over. It's abnormal for me in my business in commercial real estate. I've never experienced a zoning administrator. Every discretionary approval I've ever had to obtain with a conditional use permit always goes to the planning commission. So for me, it's abnormal that an unelected body has discretionary approval authority, or a body that's connected to an elected body. So planning commissions are connected to elected city council members. So it'd be nice to see what CUPs the current zoning administrator has authority over. It'd be good to see that list. Then I think there's an opportunity to say, okay, why does this require CUP as an example? And Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong. It's my understanding that any vacant land that you build on requires a CUP. So my example is like if you have an industrial property and you're building the industrial building to code, why does that require CUP? It's built to code. So maybe there's an opportunity there where we can eliminate the need for CUPs by just doing a code update. We've talked about homes, right? So all these homes are coming in. You can go up to 30 feet, but over 35 feet, you need a CUP. Well, why not just update the code? I know some planning commissioners had some good ideas on creating the pitch height in the roof. Update the code that you can go up to 35 feet if you have this roof pitch height and some other adjustments we can make. That would remove the requirement for a CUP. I'd like to then look at rates. I still think we don't want to lose CUP fee revenue that we're generating. So maybe on back to the housing example, if it's over 30 feet and it's built to code, it would kick in the fee amount that you would pay for that CUP. So I just think there's a lot of opportunities to look at this in fact-finding, see if there's ways to update the code to limit the requirement for CUPs. And then the ones that are left, if we all decide, hey, these are appropriate to get kicked up to Planning Commission, where I believe it should be anyways, discretionary. Planning Commission oftentimes, I know you guys all see it, they cancel a lot of their meetings, so I know they have the bandwidth to adjudicate more conditional use permits. So that's what I would like to see with this, is more of like a fact-finding, have it come back. I think it's a good, greater discussion to really look at our code. We've talked about it for 3 years now. ADUs, Commissioner Athenas brought up a good point about that. That's always been a thorn in my side with Councilmember Pat about, another ADU in the community that was zoned single family with the amount of required parking. Now you put another unit in there with the same limited finite parking, and so where's that person gonna park? So there's just ways I think we can really look globally and do like a code update.
Yeah. To both these gentlemen's points over here, as a planning commissioner, I was always, an advocate of why are we canceling meetings and why does the zoning administrator, one person, have so much autonomy to make these decisions? So I'm a fan of kind of what Casey just said in defining what Pat's looking to do. We got a lot of emails. No, we're not looking to eradicate or eliminate, the zoning administrator position. What we are looking to do, in my opinion, and Casey just said it, basically a jumping off point. What can they do that nobody's going to contest? It's timely, it's responsive, and it's responsible. Somebody referenced earlier, one of the speakers, what about responsive? Well, responsive and responsible aren't always synonymous, but if we have a clear definition of what they can do so that they can maintain their ability to be responsive, yet also be responsible, because the discretionary limit is somewhat limited, I'm for that. Things that go beyond, what we determine to be the jumping off point, I think we should put before the Planning Commission. They're able, they're smart, they're able-bodied, they have the bandwidth. We cancel a lot of meetings. And I think that gives the public the perception, rightfully so, that, we're looking out for everybody's interest, the applicant and the residents, and making sure that the right questions are asked and the right answers are given. The one thing I do, that I did learn in our pre-council meeting, if it comes before zoning, it's 8,000 on a CUP. I'm just using rough but arbitrary numbers.
I have a slide if you want to put it up, exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Councilman Williams.
Julie, do you have that slide?
Because that was in
We
our
can put it-
meeting.
Yep. So,
And
you should be able to see it pretty clearly right there. Top is Planning Commission.
yeah, and if it goes to planning, it becomes almost 16,000. Now, I get it. That's an undue burden to put on anybody. If it was just purely carte blanche, everything goes to planning. That's not fair to our residents. That's not responsible. But for responsible decisions that make their way up, I would ask this question of building. What, if Pat said that he was told that, it becomes more expensive because staff has to put more time into it. My question would be, what do you give the zoning administrator that would be any different than what you would give to planning? And if there is no difference, then why the delta in the cost?
So every use that's permitted on a property is found in the zoning code, and the zoning code determines whether a conditional use permit is required and whether it goes to the zoning administrator or planning commission. The zoning code is established by the city councils. We've had a zoning code since 1946, so over the years it's been amended hundreds of times probably by whatever city council is sitting, and they determine which goes where. What our zoning code has sort of ultimately ended up being is that most smaller projects go to the zoning administrator. Most smaller projects in their request will go to the zoning administrator. For instance, a variance, if it's under 20%, goes to the zoning administrator. If it's a variance over 20%, it goes to the planning commission. So when that happens, generally larger projects are going to take longer to process, longer to analyze, and that's why the zoning code differentiates between those, and that's why they go to the planning commission. The fees are directly related to the time that it takes to process a project. So they're done by fee study. I think the most recent fee study was done in 2022, and it determines it's directly related to the cost recovery of processing an application. And the zoning administrator and planning commissions differ because generally planning commission projects are larger.
It's a fair answer. So using that analogy, if something was deemed 19% goes to the zoning administrator. I mean, if you're talking percentiles, it can't be just, it's close. And if it was 21%, it's going to go to you guys for a staff report. So there, in my opinion, maybe we need a 3-tiered plan. Zoning administrator, for the lower impact type decisions. It's got that fee. The big ones I understand. Now, that makes it clear. You do have to prepare quite a bit more before it comes to planning if it's a big project. There's more to articulate, more to review, more to digest. So there is staff, and I can see that. But what about the ones that just barely go, let's say we use that 20%, and let's say we have a finite cutoff, and there's that gray zone. It's just a little bit above. God, it could have, in the old days, it might have went to zoning, the ZA, but we got this new thing. So maybe there's a third price in between those two so you don't take such a big hit, especially for the ones that just barely go over the quote-unquote 20%, or there might be a category of maybe some of these CUPs that maybe we segregate away from the zoning administrator, maybe something to do with alcohol in certain instances. I'm just using examples.
Don, can I just,
yeah,
one problem I do have, a big problem with, is that if your neighbor is going to build some monstrosity and it goes to a CUP and it gets approved, conditional use permit, it costs the neighbor $5,000 to $6,000 to appeal something that their quality of life is set, and suddenly somebody wants to build some crap or some monstrosity that's blocking out their sunlight. Their solar panels are going to be blocked. It's going to cost them $5,000 to $6,000 to say, that does not go with our neighborhood. That is a gross overbuild, but that neighbor, their whole quality of life is going to be changed by that overbuild. And that's one of the reasons I'm like, I don't know how many times this will happen, but I'm definitely, again, all about community friendly.
Councilman Burns, if I could just kind of jump in, because when I very first saw this item, initially, I'm like, all for it. Like, yeah, because I've seen many decisions come through from the zoning administrator. I've been involved in a couple of these different appeals where it's like, that's too much authority for one person. But, you know, really, they don't have ultimate authority. Any one of us could be looking over their shoulders. There's 14 different people that can appeal at no cost to any resident. And so in that situation, I think it's just on the planning commissioners or on us as the city council to be paying attention to what's going on that zoning administration agenda, see what got approved or what didn't get approved. And at the end of the day, I mean, there's a process in place where if we don't like it at no cost, 14 different people can appeal it. And so as I thought about it a little bit more, and then also seeing the unintended consequence of, a resident basically going for the same type of CUP, and what a difference, $7,200, it would cost them. It just kind of feels like a solution that creates perhaps a bigger problem. It's more of a burden on our residents. And so, yeah, it's kind of difficult to decide in terms of which way to come down on it, because I don't think there's necessarily one motion that could just totally solve this tonight. It might be something where we have to work out a hybrid version of, tweak the municipal code a little bit, and as the mayor had pointed out, look at, some of the powers that the zoning administrator has and take away maybe some of that discretion. But at the same time, there's that fail-safe. It's a lot like our justice system. If you don't like one judge's ruling, it could go before a panel of other judges. It can be appealed at no cost to any resident, as long as we are paying attention and our planning commissioners are paying attention and have their best interests in mind.
Are you okay, Pat, if we direct staff to, on like a fact-finding mission, to report back to us all the CUPs the zoning administrator has authority over, and then look at, from that point, are there some code updates we can make to remove the requirement for a CUP, which would actually enhance our streamlined program? Report back, and then we can kind of further digest it and see if there's areas where then at that point maybe we can kick some up to fund it.
With the agreement, I would like still that until then, that some of these projects, these builds that are kind of looking, and we don't have to raise the cost. We can keep the cost down at this point until they come back, but that they go to the planning commission until we refine what we're trying to achieve here.
So if I could jump in, any change you're going to make is going to have to be made to the municipal code, and that's going to require public notice.
Yeah, but planning can just say, okay, we will refer things to, they can't do that.
No, because you got to update the code. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not a quick fix. This is a process, so we might as well just go in the fact finding. And I'm sure, JV, how long would it take you to bring that information back for us, do you think?
Well, so you're asking for a list of conditional use permits that go to the ZA?
Yes.
That's very simple. It's already
Okay.
in the code, so we can produce that.
Yep.
And then the second one is you want some
Maybe-
recommendations on,
Yeah, like my example with every vacant piece of land that gets developed requires a CUP. I don't understand why that's a requirement. If it's built to code, it's built to code. So just some areas, suggestions you guys have, well, hey, if we do a code update, this might remove the requirement.
some
for-
recommendations on what, let's say CUPs might be able to be eliminated and
Yeah.
become more administrative or ministerial.
Correct. And then possible new fee structure with a hybrid, where again, ZA is a lower fee amount, but now if we're going to update the code, now it's just administrative, maybe that permit fee is increased slightly to kind of cover that.
If you're, well, that would require, basically, the council would be directing us to do a new fee study.
Right.
Okay, that would take some time.
Okay.
I think we also should include organizations like the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, Max had talked about modernization of the process to make it more efficient and predictable, et cetera. I think if we're doing this, right, like we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and just scrap the whole system, or we don't want to throw the whole dish away when we can adjust the seasoning. So it seems like we need to target this. I got them all. I got them all going. But because I think about this from the restaurant perspective, you got somebody who just wants to extend a patio. It's really something simple. It can be done through the zoning administrator, and then now you got to wait 2 weeks before it goes in front of the planning commission. In the restaurant industry or retail, time is money, right? So 2 weeks, you're on the clock. That's counter to our commitment to streamline and make the business process easier.
Small changes I'm not concerned with. It's really within a neighborhood
okay.
and residential gross builds.
So
that-
it seems like your concern is on pretty specific projects. So perhaps we filter it through what your specific concern. Not right now. I'm saying generally speaking.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do this, might as well just do it. I mean, Saul from Asala Waves, he had to get a CUP for his other business. I don't know why. So just commercial CUP uses, residential. You might as well just have an analysis. Like, these are all the ones that the zoning administrator has discretion over. Here's some ideas, guys, where we think we can maybe update the code to remove the CUP requirement. That'll streamline even further, get people in and out faster. It's more administrative or ministerial. Maybe look at some fee adjustments to compensate for that. And I think it's just a good exercise.
Yeah,
Might as well
totally
just do it.
agree.
Yeah,
I
for the
agree.
sake of the residents that asked tonight, cite a couple examples. Like, for example, on Gilbert Island, they said, well, give me an example. Go ahead. Where the zoning administrator, you think, overstepped their boundaries, and I do as well, it should have went to planning. Go ahead and give.
Well, the one was on that inner channel, 70, the average size house was about 2,500 out of about 18 houses, I think it was, or 25 houses, I forget exactly how many, on that back channel. And there was, the average size was about 2,500. There was 5,500 out of all those. But this guy wanted to build a 7,700 square foot house. And that guy next door to him, he was going to lose his solar panels were going to become totally worthless. And the zoning administrator approved it. And it was, I think it did cost those guys the $5,000-6,000 to appeal it. How in the heck is that okay? They're victimized by this gross build, and they have to defend their own quality of life that they've been enjoying because this guy wants to build. Oh, yeah. Well, I forgot it's the forever home.
Yeah, so that's a great example. And then to Councilman Williams, on a move forward, that would be where either a planner steps in and appeals on behalf of the resident, or we do, which we've done.
If we discover it, if
we have
somebody
to be diligent.
comes forward.
We have to be diligent. And I can cite an example where I believe, as a planning commissioner, the zoning administrator overstepped their bounds, and that was on the maintenance and operation building inside of the residential.
Discover it if
we have to
somebody
be diligent.
comes forward.
We have to be diligent. And I can cite an example where I believe, as a planning commissioner, the zoning administrator overstepped their bounds, and that was on the maintenance and operation building inside of the residential neighborhood that, whether or not it got approved, but there were people that were there meeting with, everybody shows up, to CUP with really not enough regard, in my opinion, for the residents. So I appealed that. We brought the applicant in. We conditioned the project. A year or two later, they met the conditions and came back, and it passed. But it was an example for any of the residents who were asking, give me an example. There was an example right there that I believe there wasn't clear delineation on where her responsibilities start and stopped, which is going to become our goal to delineate. But she, in my opinion, overstepped her discretionary balance and made a decision that went against good common sense, that if we can figure out how to kind of say that's in the red zone, you're good in the green zone, yellow, let's talk about it, red, straight to planning. And so that's another example. So for the residents that asked that question.
Gracie.
So I also think that there might be some adjustments, maybe amendments we can make to certain municipal codes to find relief into some of the specific issues that are going on, like those homes that are being built completely square, and you have these people who have owned their homes 40, 50 years, and all of a sudden they lose all their sunshine. I'm totally there, and I agree with you. I do think we need to take more time. I'm looking at 6 examples right here that went through the zoning administrator, where it costs, we have a vet hospital, Huntington Surface Sports, Orange County Sanitation. We have Sal from Masala Waves from his project, the medical building, that all went through the zoning administrator, and they were able to save money. They pay the 8609 rather than the 15,000. So I don't want to disrupt a process that's already there until we have something concrete that we know will not be disruptive to a lot of the applicants or people who are already there. So I'd like to take some time to explore this and see what it is. Maybe there are other changes that we can do. Look at all the responsibilities, and just don't want to disrupt it now because we have people waiting for this, and I don't want them to pay the $15,861 when it's unnecessary right now.
Again, I'm mainly concerned with neighborhoods within housing and changing these people's quality of life because somebody doesn't give a crap about who the community is or what their living conditions are. They just want to build. You know, a lot of flippers do that kind of crap, and it's disrespectful. And when you go into a neighborhood, you're buying into a community, and you should try to melt into the community instead of change it. Another example is they're on the same island. They have an embankment. Suddenly, some guy wants to build into the embankment. It hasn't been done in over 60 years, but suddenly this person does. The ZA approves it. And damn me and damn the neighbor that was, several neighbors that were complaining about it. We misread the zoning administrator's decision, and we missed the date to protest. We protest to the the coastal commission, because it did go there, and they were worse than our own people about advocating for the builder. They didn't even consider the community, and that's part of the problem I have. They didn't consider that neighborhood. They just said their person completely advocated for the build, nothing about the community or the citizens living around it. And I thought it was so disrespectful to everything, because now it's changed that whole street is quite different with that build.
All right, Jennifer, you good with the motion or direction? I'll say it if Pat, correct me if you, or anyone else, please. So make a motion to please come back to us with a list of current CUP authority by the zoning administrator, some ideas on updating the code to remove CUP requirements, and then look at a potential new fee study, what that would entail, how long it would take, and timeline on updating the. Yeah.
Do that later.
Right, and just a timeline to update the code. How long that would take and like next steps.
So on the fee study, I would say that we may not necessarily need to do one if we already have fees in place that could cover some of these ministerial things, like if we remove a conditional use permit requirement or recommend that to go down to a site plan review, and that's what the council wants to do, then we have a fee for that in place. It would be only, I think what I'm hearing is only if we want to create a new fee.
Right.
So we'll look at both of those.
Okay, like a hybrid.
And then you said recommendations for areas where we can eliminate the CUP.
With a code update. And then how long it would take to update all these codes? And I guess implement this. Like that process.
Well, so what this council is directing right now is for me to come back to you guys, right?
Correct.
With a report. And then I assume when that happens, it'll be some direction that's provided to the council, let's say, to do a code amendment. And then we would start that process. Depending on how extensive the code amendments are that the council directs at that time will depend on what the timeline is.
Okay, so just some idea next time then, whenever we make a decision, how long that projected timeline would be.
Okay.
Okay. You guys good with that?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I just don't want it to be delayed too long so the zoning administrator can continue making some of these decisions that
Can you do that by next
affect
meeting?
these neighborhoods.
By next meeting, is that okay? Is that realistic? You want 2 meetings from now?
If we simplified it, every decision the ZA makes, there's a finite amount of decisions they make, right? There's only, okay, so the ones that are clearly no-brainers, put that in a bucket of green. Then there's decisions you know they will never make because of scale, put those in a bucket of red. Those will never go before the zoning administrator. And then let's discern the ones that she's got discretion currently that we might think, wow, she can make a decision, she or he, on that level, and put that in a yellow. So the green we don't need to talk about. The red's already landing in a bucket that goes straight to planning. So let's determine where to put these yellows, and we might go, oh, these are green, so we never need to worry about it. She can do all these, he can do all these. And these, no, I don't think so. Let's move those up to red, and let's start there, along with everything that the mayor's asked. But a real simple green, yellow, red is, and all we need to focus on is the yellow.
So then I would ask the question of which uses does the council want us to lok at?
Well,
I
use
think-
common sense. You guys come to, I would say you come back to me and you think,
Well, Don, that's
green-
what, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just come back with a list of currently all the CUPs that the ZA has authority over, and then recommendations on which ones you think we can remove by updating the code. And it sounds like Jennifer can do that by the April 21st meeting. And then with the potential fee schedule, and then Don, at that point, then we can decide amongst us, hey, this one, awesome, this one goes to planning commission. I think, yeah.
Fine.
So.
The green ones, that
Yeah.
we know there's ZA, just don't even put them in front of
I know,
us.
but then I think it's a good discussion for us to make at the 21st meeting.
Can I say just one thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Kind of quiet. Could it be could the different categories be categorized at, by size, mass, height, that type of stuff? So if it's a single family home that's 2 stories and it's, it meets every single, it's just almost, it's ministerial, that's green bucket. If Yeah, if they want to dance and serve beer, that's a different one,
Well, that's the list. That's the list she's going to come back with.
Yeah.
Like these are
Okay.
all the current CUPs that the ZA has discretion over. Boom. Here's our recommendation on which ones we think eliminate by updating the code. Here's the code that would update, and then we can make a decision.
Okay.
Right, Jennifer? You good?
Yes, I'll put the list
Okay.
before the council.
You guys
and
good with
council
that?
can decide.
Good. Motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
McKeon, Vandermark. Councilman Gruhl?
Yes.
Councilman Kennedy?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Twining?
Yes.
Mayor McKeon?
Yes.
Councilman Burns?
Aye.
Councilwoman Vandermark?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second. All right, the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council Public Financing Authority is Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 in the Civic Center Council Chambers, 2000 Main Street, Huntington Beach, California. Meeting adjourned. Good night. Thank you.
Did anybody lose some?